Scottish mythology stirs the soul like the mist rolling over the Highlands at dawn. It is wild, raw, and ancient, echoing through time like the howl of the wind across the heather-covered hills. Stories whispered through generations, shaped by the rugged land itself, invite us to feel the pulse of something older, something powerful. It's a world where the impossible feels close, where the boundary between reality and the unseen has always been thin. The air is thick with mystery, and the earth hums with forgotten tales. In every corner of Scotland, the land itself seems to breathe mythology. The towering mountains, dark lochs, and deep forests are not just landscapes, they are living, breathing entities. Each tree, rock, and stream carries the weight of ancient stories, and these stories are not just tales told for entertainment. They are the heartbeat of a culture that believed the world was filled with forces beyond human control, forces that demanded respect, awe, and sometimes fear. The themes of Scottish mythology are woven with threads of mystery, power, and survival. Life in ancient Scotland was harsh. The people, living in small, tight-knit communities, often at the mercy of the elements, found meaning and guidance in stories passed down orally. These stories helped explain the unpredictable world around them. They spoke of gods and goddesses, spirits of nature, and creatures that roamed the wild places. But these weren't just distant, untouchable beings, they were intertwined with the everyday lives of the people. The line between human and supernatural was blurred, and in the face of the fierce Scottish winters and untamed landscapes, people sought comfort and explanation in these powerful myths. At the heart of Scottish mythology are figures who represent the natural forces and emotions of the people. There is the Cailleach, the old woman of winter, who shapes mountains with her bare hands and unleashes the bitter cold upon the land. Her presence is felt in every biting gust of wind and every snow-capped peak. To the ancient Scots, winter was not just a season, it was a living entity with a will of its own. The Cailleach wasn't evil, but she was merciless, reflecting the harsh realities of life in a land where survival was often a battle. The people understood her because they lived her trials. But Scottish mythology isn't all about harshness and cold. It is also about magic, transformation, and hope. The Selkies, beings that can shed their sealskins to walk on land as humans, tell stories of longing and belonging. These creatures symbolize the deep connection between the people and the sea, but also the sadness of being torn between two worlds. The Selkies' tale is bittersweet, filled with the pain of separation from their true home in the water, and the joy of temporary love found on land. Many stories of Selkies speak of love that can never last, of stolen skins and broken hearts. Yet, they are cherished because they remind us that love, even when fleeting, is worth the pain. The sea itself plays a significant role in Scottish mythology, both as a giver and taker of life. The Scots have always lived close to the water, and it is no surprise that the oceans are filled with creatures of legend. Kelpies, the shape-shifting water horses, are one of the most terrifying beings to haunt the shores and rivers. They are known to lure unsuspecting people onto their backs, only to drag them beneath the water to their deaths. The fear of these creatures reflects the respect the Scots had for the untamed waters surrounding their islands. The sea could be beautiful and bountiful, but it was also capable of great destruction. The Loch Ness Monster, perhaps the most famous of all Scottish mythical creatures, continues to capture imaginations worldwide. Described as a massive, serpent-like creature, it's said to dwell deep within the dark waters of Loch Ness. For centuries, locals and travelers have claimed sightings, and though science has yet to prove its existence, the myth endures. It is a reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved, that there are places in the world where magic still feels possible. The Loch Ness Monster represents our desire to believe that the world still holds secrets, that somewhere, in the murky depths, a creature older than time itself might be waiting. In the forests, you might find a Gilly Dhu, a solitary fairy dressed in leaves, shy but protective of his home. Unlike many fairies in other cultures, who are often depicted as mischievous or cruel, the Gilly Dhu is a gentle guardian. He represents the Scots' deep respect for nature and the belief that even the quietest parts of the world are alive and aware. The people understood that the land could give life but also take it away, and they honored it through these stories of quiet, unseen protectors. The land, sea, and sky are not the only places filled with magic and myth in Scotland. The concept of the otherworld, a place where the dead reside or where immortals live beyond the reach of time, also forms a key part of Scottish mythology. It's a place where fairies dance, where heroes go after death, and where the lines between past, present, and future blur. The otherworld isn't necessarily a place of punishment or reward, it's simply a different state of existence, one that can sometimes touch the world of the living. On certain nights, especially during festivals like Samhain, it's said that the veil between the worlds becomes so thin that the living and the dead can communicate. It's a time when fires are lit, stories are told, and the old traditions come alive once more. Scottish mythology also speaks to the courage and strength of its heroes. Figures like MacCool and the legendary warriors of the Fiana are celebrated not just for their strength, but for their wisdom, loyalty, and bravery. These heroes battled not only monsters and enemies, but also their own inner struggles. Their tales are filled with moments of triumph and tragedy, reminding us that true heroism comes from facing one's fears, standing tall in the face of adversity, and making sacrifices for the greater good. Their stories are not just of battles won or lost, but of the human spirit enduring against overwhelming odds. In Scottish mythology, every story, every figure, every creature is part of a larger tapestry that reflects the harsh beauty of the land and the enduring spirit of the people who call it home. It's a mythology that speaks not only of gods and monsters, but of the unbreakable connection between the land and those who live upon it. Every tale has a heartbeat, and every listener feels that heartbeat echoing in their own chest, reminding them that they, too, are part of the story. The land we now know as Scotland was once the domain of a mysterious people, long before the Celts arrived and shaped its history. These early settlers, often referred to as the Picts, lived in a world steeped in shadows, their lives woven into the rhythms of the earth, the sky, and the seas that surrounded them. Little is known about them, but what remains of their beliefs and customs tells a story that stirs something ancient within us. Their existence, etched into stone and whispered in the wind, feels like a fading song, still echoing through the hills and forests. The Picts weren't a people who wrote down their stories. They left no books or scrolls, no written records of their lives. Instead, they carved their beliefs into stone. Their symbols, circles, spirals, animals, are found on standing stones scattered across Scotland, standing silent and strong against the passage of time. Each one feels like a key to something unknowable, as if these symbols hold the secrets of a world we can only barely glimpse. There's a raw, haunting beauty in the fact that we can see their marks but not fully understand them. Their lives, their gods, their fears, and hopes are all locked in those stones, just out of reach. These people, the Picts, were warriors and hunters. They lived in a harsh landscape, where survival was often a battle against the forces of nature. To them, the world was alive with spirits and powers beyond human understanding. They must have felt the presence of something greater in the wild storms that lashed the coastlines, in the deep silence of the forests, and in the towering mountains that stood like sentinels against the sky. Their beliefs were likely rooted in these natural forces, the land and the elements becoming sacred, alive with spirits that watched over them, or sometimes threatened them. The Picts worshipped the sun and the moon, the stars above and the earth beneath their feet. The great circles of standing stones that the Scottish landscape, like the famous Cailleach stones on the Isle of Lugh, may have been places of worship, aligned with the movements of the heavens. These stones, older than memory itself, stand as testament to a people who understood the importance of the skies. The Picts looked up at the stars and felt a connection, a sense that their lives were part of a greater cosmic cycle, that their fate was tied to the turning of the seasons, the rising and setting of the sun. But it wasn't just the heavens that held meaning for the Picts. The earth itself was sacred, and in its depths, they believed in the existence of otherworldly beings. The ancient burial mounds scattered across Scotland may have been more than just graves. They could have been gateways to another world, places where the dead continued to live on, or where spirits could pass between their world and ours. The Picts buried their dead with care, placing items beside them that they might need in the afterlife. These simple acts tell us that they believed in something beyond death, that the soul continued its journey, perhaps to join the ancestors in a place unseen but deeply felt. The creatures of the natural world also played a vital role in the beliefs of the Picts. Animals weren't just food or tools for survival, they were messengers, symbols of the divine, or even manifestations of the gods themselves. The carvings of animals, from serpents to boars, on Pictish stones are not random decorations. Each one speaks to a connection with the natural world that went beyond the physical. To see a stag might have been to witness the presence of a god, to follow a raven might have been to walk in the footsteps of fate. The Picts lived in a world where the boundaries between human and animal, between the physical and spiritual, were fluid, always shifting. The sea was a constant presence in their lives as well. Scotland is surrounded by water, and the Picts would have known both its bounty and its danger. The sea gave them food and carried them to distant lands, but it could also swallow them whole, its depths hiding creatures and spirits both feared and revered. They may have believed in sea gods or spirits, beings that controlled the tides and the storms, who needed to be appeased if they were to sail safely. The ancient Picts, standing on the rocky shores and watching the waves crash against the land, must have felt the power of the sea in their bones. The Picts were also known for their warriors, fierce and proud, who painted their bodies with intricate designs before going into battle. These tattoos or body paintings were likely more than just decoration. They may have been symbols of protection, invoking the power of their gods and ancestors to shield them in battle. To the Picts, warfare wasn't just a physical act, it was spiritual, a fight not only for survival but for honor, for the favor of the gods. Each blow struck, each life taken or spared, was tied to something greater, something that connected them to the earth, the sky, and their ancestors. But for all their warrior spirit, the Picts were not just fighters, they were builders and dreamers, too. The mysterious brocks, stone towers found throughout Scotland, speak of a people who knew how to craft lasting structures, places of protection and community. These circular towers, with walls thick enough to stand the test of time, are remnants of a past where the line between home and fortress was thin. Life was uncertain, and the brocks offered shelter from both the elements and enemies. Inside those walls, families would have huddled together, firelight flickering against the stone, sharing stories of gods and heroes, passing down their beliefs from one generation to the next. The Picts' world was one of mystery, and perhaps that's why their legacy still tugs at our hearts. They lived in a land filled with wonders and dangers, where the spirits of nature were always close, and the presence of the unknown was a constant companion. Their beliefs, though hidden from us now, resonate with something deep inside us, something that understands what it means to look at the wild beauty of Scotland and feel both awe and fear. The Picts lived in a world where the seen and the unseen were forever intertwined, where every shadow held a secret and every stone could tell a story. Their symbols, their stones, their very way of life remind us that there was once a time when humans walked hand in hand with the mysteries of the world. The Picts didn't need explanations for everything, they simply accepted that there were things beyond understanding, forces that shaped their lives in ways they could feel but not fully grasp. And maybe that's what makes their story so powerful, even now. There's something deeply human in the way they lived, in their reverence for the land and the skies, and the way they carved their beliefs into stone, hoping that something of their world would live on, even as everything else faded away. When the Celts came to Scotland, they brought with them not just people, but an entire world of gods and magic that seeped into the land like rain into the soil. Their arrival didn't just change the landscape, they changed the very heartbeat of the culture, merging their beliefs with the wild and untamed spirit of the land itself. It wasn't an invasion of warriors, but an infusion of life and myth that blended with the mysteries already whispered by the wind over the hills and lochs. The Celts believed in gods and goddesses who were not distant beings watching from the heavens. These deities were close, woven into every part of life. The air, the water, the fire, and the earth, each element pulsed with divine power. Their gods were as much a part of the land as the rivers and mountains, living among them, feeling their struggles, sharing their triumphs and losses. They weren't just rulers of the sky, they were friends, protectors, and sometimes, fierce enemies. One of the most powerful figures was the Morrigan, a goddess of war, fate, and death. She wasn't like the gentle gods of other lands. She was fierce, terrifying, and yet strangely beautiful in her power. The Morrigan didn't offer mercy on the battlefield. She was the one who decided who lived and who fell. Warriors would hear her voice on the wind, foretelling doom or victory, her raven form circling over the blood-soaked earth. She wasn't a goddess to be worshipped in quiet temples, but one whose presence was felt in the clash of swords, the fear before battle, and the silence that followed the fight. She was part of life and death, always hovering just out of sight, reminding people that fate was not theirs to control. But the Celts' gods weren't all about war. There was also Bridget, the triple goddess of healing, poetry, and smithcraft. Where the Morrigan brought destruction, Bridget brought life and light. She was the flame that warmed the coldest nights, the healer who soothed broken bodies and broken hearts. Bridget's influence was everywhere, in the craftspeople who shaped metal into tools and weapons, in the poets who spun words into stories that carried the spirit of their people, and in the healers who used the herbs and plants of the land to mend wounds. Her sacred flame was never meant to die, and her spirit was believed to live on even after the world changed. For the Celts, Bridget wasn't just a goddess, she was the essence of hope, the spark of life that never fades, no matter how dark the world becomes. The gods of the Celts were reflections of the land they lived in. The wild, unpredictable nature of Scotland suited their deities perfectly. Lugh, the god of many skills, was a shining example of that. He was a god of both warriors and artisans, of wisdom and strength. Lugh was the kind of god who could inspire a warrior to pick up a spear or a poet to weave a tale that would last for centuries. He was the embodiment of versatility and ingenuity, traits that the people needed to survive in a world that was often unforgiving. Lugh didn't ask for devotion through quiet prayers. He was celebrated in every skill honed, every craft perfected. To honor Lugh was to be the best version of oneself, to take pride in mastery, whether in battle or in art. But perhaps it was in their Druids that the Celts left their deepest mark. The Druids were more than priests, they were the bridge between the human world and the divine. They didn't just guide the people in matters of faith, they were the keepers of wisdom, the holders of secrets that went back further than memory could reach. The Druids understood the language of the trees, the rivers, and the stars. They didn't simply speak to the gods, they communed with the earth itself, feeling its pulse, reading its signs. To the Druids, every part of the world was connected, every life a thread in a larger web of existence. It was said that Druids could call down the power of the gods, could shape the future with their words, could curse or bless with the force of nature itself. They stood at the center of Celtic life, both feared and revered, holding a power that came not just from the gods, but from the very land under their feet. The people would look to the Druids in times of crisis, seeking their guidance when the way forward was unclear. Their rituals, performed in sacred groves or by ancient standing stones, held the power to change the course of lives. These rituals often took place in places that seemed ordinary to outsiders, groves of oak trees, quiet hills, or the shores of lakes. But to the Celts, these were places of immense power. The standing stones scattered across the landscape were more than just markers of time or place, they were thought to be conduits to the gods, places where the world of humans and the world of the divine touched. The Druids knew how to read the stars, how to feel the energy of the earth, how to communicate with forces beyond human understanding. It was said they could control the weather, foretell the future, and heal with their touch, drawing on the powers of the gods themselves. The Celts' arrival didn't erase the old ways, it added new layers to the stories already told. The Pictish symbols carved into the stones began to mingle with the new gods, the new rituals, the new stories. The Celts didn't destroy what came before, they absorbed it, making it their own, weaving the old beliefs into their new world. The land of Scotland, with its wild beauty and harsh edges, became the perfect home for their gods, gods who understood the balance between creation and destruction, life and death, war and peace. These gods didn't demand temples or grand monuments. Their presence was felt in the simple acts of daily life, in the lighting of a fire, in the forging of a sword, in the telling of a story around a hearth. The gods were always close, always watching, their hands guiding the lives of the people, their voices whispering on the wind. Every tree, every river, every mountain held a spirit, and every spirit had a story. The land itself was sacred, a living, breathing testament to the power of the gods. The coming of the Celts didn't just change Scotland's mythology, it brought it to life in a way that still feels real, still feels close. Their gods weren't distant or untouchable, they were as real as the rain that fell from the sky, as fierce as the storms that battered the coasts. The Celts didn't just believe in their gods, they lived with them, side by side, every day of their lives. And even now, in the quiet corners of Scotland, where the mist clings to the hills and the ancient stones stand tall, you can still feel their presence, still hear the echoes of their stories in the wind. There's a certain feeling you get when you stand in the heart of Scotland, gazing at the wild beauty that stretches in every direction. It's something ancient, a quiet whisper that rises from the land itself, telling you that these mountains, rivers, and lochs have seen things far older than human memory. They hold stories, not written in books or carved in stone, but etched into the very earth and water. They are sacred, not because of what we've made them, but because of what they have always been. Take the towering presence of Ben Nevis, Scotland's highest mountain. Its sheer size commands respect, its peaks often hidden by swirling mist, as though the mountain is trying to guard the mysteries that lie within. The ancient Celts believed that the mountains were the homes of gods, and Ben Nevis, with its silent strength, feels like it could be the throne of a deity who has watched over the land for centuries. The mountain looms over the landscape, timeless and unmoving, yet somehow alive, as if it knows every heartbeat, every breath of the people who live in its shadow. To the Celts, mountains like Ben Nevis weren't just geological formations, they were living beings, powerful spirits that could bless or curse. These mountains were revered, approached with a mixture of awe and fear, for who knew what ancient forces might awaken if angered? The Highlands, with their jagged peaks and hidden glens, felt like places where the veil between the human world and the otherworld was thin. It's easy to feel small here, not in a way that diminishes you, but in a way that connects you to something far greater. And then there are the rivers. In Scotland, rivers are more than just bodies of water, they are lifelines, both physically and spiritually. The River Tay, the longest river in Scotland, was once believed to be the embodiment of a goddess. Her waters were sacred, carrying life to the land, yet holding the power to take it away just as easily. Standing at the river's edge, you can almost feel her presence in the gentle flow of water, and the way the river winds through the landscape, nurturing everything it touches. But rivers are not always gentle. When the rains come and the waters swell, they become fierce, untamable, reminding all who witness their power that nature is both a giver and a taker. The Loch Ness, perhaps the most famous of all Scottish waters, is not just a place of beauty, it is a place of mystery. For centuries, tales of the Loch Ness monster, or Nessie, have captivated people's imaginations. But beyond the story of the creature, Loch Ness holds a deeper magic. Its dark, deep waters seem to breathe, holding secrets beneath the surface that no one has ever fully uncovered. It's not just the possibility of a monster that makes people stare into its depths, it's the feeling that Loch Ness is alive, watching back, ancient and knowing. There's a quiet eeriness to it, a sense that if you stay by the shore long enough, you might see something that you weren't meant to see. In the north, there's Sullivan, a mountain that rises sharply from the land, a lone giant watching over the Ascent wilderness. It's a place where the wind sings through the heather, and the silence feels almost sacred. For those who stand before it, there's an undeniable pull, as if the mountain itself is inviting you to understand something deeper, something that can't be put into words. It's said that these landscapes hold the memories of the earth, that every hill, every valley has witnessed more than we can ever know. And when you stand in the presence of such places, you can't help but feel that truth. Then there's Arthur's Seat, a dormant volcano that sits in the heart of Edinburgh. To the locals, it's more than just a hill, it's a place of legend. Some believe it to be the site of the fabled Camelot, while others feel it holds an older, more primal magic. Climbing to its peak offers not just a view of the city below, but a sense of connection to something far older than the streets and buildings. Standing at the top, with the wind in your hair and the sky stretched out before you, it's easy to feel that the land itself is watching over you, offering a glimpse of something eternal. And we can't forget Skye, an island where the mountains seem to grow straight out of the sea. The Chulainn hills on Skye have an almost otherworldly quality. Shrouded in mist, they rise sharply from the land, jagged and untamed. Skye has always been a place of magic and legend, where the natural world and the supernatural seem to meet. It's said that fairies live here, in hidden places among the hills and glens. There are tales of travelers encountering strange beings, of lights flickering in the distance, of voices carried on the wind. The island feels like a place where magic isn't something that's been forgotten, it's something that still breathes in the air, alive and waiting for those who are willing to listen. The natural landscapes of Scotland are more than just beautiful, they are sacred. The Celts knew this, and they honored the land, understanding that it was alive with spirits, gods, and forces beyond comprehension. They felt the power of the earth beneath their feet, the weight of the sky above their heads, and the pull of the water as it flowed through the land. To them, every part of the natural world was a living thing, something to be respected, feared, and loved. Even today, standing in these places, you can feel what they felt. There's something about the way the mountains cut through the sky, the way the rivers wind through the valleys, the way the lochs shimmer under the sun or brood under the clouds. It's as if the land itself is speaking, telling you that it's more than just dirt and rock, it's something ancient, something sacred. These landscapes aren't just part of Scotland's history, they are part of its soul. And when you stand before them, you can't help but feel that connection, a thread stretching back through time, pulling you into the heart of something timeless and unbreakable. Long ago, before the stones were shaped by wind and rain, before the rivers carved their paths through the wild hills, the land that would become Scotland was born in a clash of ancient forces. It wasn't shaped by quiet hands, but by fire and ice, by thunder and storm. The myths tell us that the gods themselves walked across the land, and in their footsteps, mountains rose, valleys deepened, and seas swelled with the force of their presence. One story tells of the giant beings who roamed these lands when the world was still new. The most powerful among them was Bera, the Queen of Winter. She wasn't just a ruler of the cold, she was the very essence of it. Her breath turned the rivers to ice, her touch hardened the soil, and where she walked, frost crept over the land. It's said that Bera was the one who shaped the mountains of Scotland with her mighty hammer, each blow creating towering peaks that still stand to this day. She ruled over the land for half the year, bringing the long, dark winters that gripped Scotland in cold silence. But her reign was not eternal. When Bera grew tired, she would retreat to the top of Ben Nevis, her sacred mountain, and drink from the well of youth, restoring her strength and preparing for her return. But even as she slumbered, there were those who challenged her hold on the land. As winter began to lose its grip, Bridget, the goddess of spring and renewal, would come forward, her warmth melting the snow, coaxing life from the frozen ground. This battle between Bera and Bridget wasn't a war of swords, but a dance of the seasons, the endless cycle of death and rebirth, of cold and warmth. And so, the land was shaped not just by the hands of giants, but by the balance of these powerful forces, always shifting, always moving, like the very breath of Scotland itself. But it wasn't just the land that came to life in these myths. The people of Scotland, too, were said to be born from the very earth. There is an ancient tale of a god named Dawn, a being so powerful that he could command the elements. His children were the first people of Scotland, born from the stones and the seas. They weren't like ordinary humans, they were of the land, their veins pulsing with the strength of the mountains and the wisdom of the lochs. These first Scots were not mere mortals, but beings with a deep connection to the world around them, able to hear the voices of the wind, to understand the songs of the rivers. One of Dawn's most beloved daughters was Scota, a fierce and wise warrior princess. It is from her that Scotland is said to have taken its name. Scota was a woman of fire and strength, unafraid to challenge those who threatened her people. Legends say she came from a distant land, but made Scotland her home, claiming it as her own and defending it with all the might she could summon. She was more than a leader, she was a protector, embodying the spirit of the land itself. The hills and the valleys, the forests and the shores, they all whispered her name, for she had bound herself to the land, and in doing so, she had given Scotland its soul. There is another tale, a darker one, of how the lochs of Scotland were formed. It is said that once the land was lush and green, with no deep lakes to break the rolling hills. But there was a powerful spirit who lived beneath the earth, a being who controlled the waters that lay hidden far below. This spirit, known as Cailleach, was a protector of the earth, but also a fierce and unpredictable force. She could bless the land with fertility and abundance, or she could drown it in chaos. In her anger, Cailleach called upon the waters, unleashing them upon the land. Torrents of rain and mighty floods tore through the valleys, creating the great lochs that now stretch across Scotland. The waters swallowed entire forests, leaving nothing but still, dark depths where life once thrived. Yet, in her rage, Cailleach also gave the land a strange, haunting beauty. The lochs, with their deep, mysterious waters, became places of power, where the veil between the human world and the otherworld was thin. Even now, those who stand at the edge of Loch Ness or Loch Lomond can feel the presence of something ancient, something that stirs beneath the surface, waiting. But not all of Scotland's creation myths are filled with battles and rage. There is a gentler story of the Selkies, the seal people who lived both in the sea and on the land. They were creatures of beauty, able to shed their seal skins and walk as humans on the shores of Scotland. The Selkies are said to have come from the sea itself, children of the ocean who loved the land so deeply that they longed to walk upon it, even for just a short time. Their presence reminds us that Scotland was shaped not only by fire and ice, but also by the love and longing of its people, human and otherwise. In one tale, a Selkie woman fell in love with a mortal man and chose to stay on land with him. She hid her seal skin, the only thing that could return her to the sea, but the call of the ocean was always there, just beneath the surface. For years she lived with her husband, raising children, tending to the land, but one day she found her skin again, hidden where her husband had concealed it. With tears in her eyes, she returned to the sea, leaving behind a family, but forever bound to the waters from which she came. These myths, whether of giants shaping mountains, goddesses battling for control of the seasons, or seal people walking between worlds, are not just stories of creation. They are reminders of Scotland's wild heart, of a land that was never tamed, only understood through myth and legend. The land and its people were born together, tied by forces far older and deeper than history can record. And even now, when you walk across the moors or climb the rugged cliffs, you can feel those stories in the wind and the earth beneath your feet. They are not just tales from the past, they are the heartbeat of Scotland, pulsing through its land and people, forever alive. In the mists of ancient time, when the world was more alive with magic than it is today, there were beings who walked the earth that were not quite gods, yet not quite mortal. They were called the Tuatha de Danann, the people of the goddess Danu, and their presence lingers still, whispered in the winds that sweep across Scotland's wild landscapes. These weren't just distant deities that watched from the heavens, they walked among the people, their power woven into the very fabric of the land. The Tuatha de Danann were known across the Celtic lands, but their echoes can be felt deeply in Scotland's mythology. These were beings of immense beauty, strength, and wisdom, beings who could control the elements, heal the sick, and guide the fates of nations. But they weren't untouchable. They had their flaws, their pains, and their battles, just like the people who worshipped them. Perhaps that's why they feel so close, so real, as if they still walk among us in the shadows of the mountains or the depths of the lochs. Among them was Dagda, a god unlike any other. He was a giant of a figure, both in stature and in spirit, known as the good god, not because he was always kind, but because he was powerful beyond measure. Dagda carried with him a great club, so large that it took several men to lift, yet in his hands, it was light as a feather. With one end, he could strike down 100 men in a single blow, and with the other, he could bring the dead back to life. He was a god of opposites, life and death, laughter and rage, fertility and destruction. It said that the very land of Scotland could rise and fall with his moods, that his laughter could make the rivers overflow, while his anger could split mountains in two. And then there was Bridget, the goddess of poetry, healing, and smithcraft, a flame that never went out. She was not just a goddess of the hearth, but a protector of the vulnerable, a healer of wounds both physical and emotional. Her presence was felt wherever there was fire, whether in the forge or in the heart. People would pray to Bridget not just for warmth in the cold winter months, but for inspiration, for the words to express their deepest desires, their hidden sorrows. She was the goddess who understood the human soul, who held in her hands the power to heal not just bodies but the brokenness that lies within all of us. In the flicker of every flame, from the smallest candle to the roaring bonfire, Bridget's light is still there, watching over the land. The Tuatha de Danann were also warriors, and none was fiercer than Lugh, the god of all skills. Lugh was the bright one, a master of every art, every craft, and every weapon. No challenge was too great for him, no enemy too strong. It said that Lugh's spear was so deadly that it had to be kept in a cauldron of blood to keep it from igniting and leaping into battle on its own. He was the embodiment of light, of victory, and of hope. When the people of Scotland faced impossible odds, when they stood at the brink of destruction, they would call upon Lugh for his strength, his brilliance. And though Lugh himself might not come, you could feel his presence and the courage that would rise in the hearts of those who called his name. But not all of the Tuatha de Danann were warriors. Some were beings of mystery and magic, like Manannán mac Lir, the god of the sea. Manannán wasn't just the ruler of the ocean, he was the ocean itself, vast, unknowable, and ever-changing. He carried with him a cloak of mists, and with it, he could hide entire islands, making them disappear from sight as though they had never existed. Many believe that he still wanders the shores of Scotland, hidden in the mists that roll in from the sea, watching over sailors and fishermen, protecting them or claiming them, depending on his mood. His realm was not one of safety but of transformation. The sea, like Manannán, could give life just as easily as it could take it away. Then there was Morrigan, the Phantom Queen, goddess of war and fate. Morrigan wasn't a figure to be worshipped for comfort or protection. She was the one who stood at the edge of battle, watching, deciding who would live and who would fall. Her presence was a shadow that loomed over the battlefield, a raven perched on a branch, waiting to take the souls of the dead. Yet Morrigan wasn't just a goddess of death, she was also a figure of transformation. She would appear to those in moments of crisis, showing them their fate, forcing them to confront their own mortality. The Scots believed that when they saw a raven circling in the sky, it was Morrigan, watching, waiting, always present in the chaos of war. The Tuatha de Danann weren't just gods, they were beings of the earth, the sea, and the sky. They were as much a part of the land as the mountains and rivers, their stories carved into every stone, whispered in every breeze. They lived among the people, not as distant rulers, but as guides, protectors, and sometimes destroyers. They were not perfect, not all-knowing. They had their weaknesses, their rivalries, their loves, and their losses. Perhaps that is why they remain so powerful in the memory of Scotland. They were not unreachable, they were part of the world, part of the lives of those who called on them. Even as time passed, and the old ways began to fade, the Tuatha de Danann did not disappear. They slipped into the otherworld, the hidden places of the earth, where they wait, still watching, still listening. Some say they live in the hollow hills, and the fairy mounds that dot the landscape, hidden from mortal eyes, but never far away. The belief remains that on certain nights, when the veil between worlds is thin, you might catch a glimpse of them, a flicker of movement out of the corner of your eye, the sound of soft laughter carried on the wind. Their presence in Scottish lore isn't just a memory, it's a living thing. The Tuatha de Danann are part of the land, part of the blood and bone of Scotland itself. They are the gods who walked the earth, who loved, fought, and shaped the world around them. And though their names may not be spoken as often as they once were, their stories continue to live, whispered in the hills, echoed in the sea, and felt in the hearts of the people who still called this ancient land home. In the quiet moments before battle, when the air is thick with fear and the taste of blood lingers on the tongue, there is a presence. She is not seen, but she is felt, a shiver down the spine, the rustle of wings in the wind. The Morrigan is near. She is not a goddess who comforts. The Morrigan, the Phantom Queen, is the watcher of death and the chooser of fates. When she appears, it is with purpose, her eyes fixed on the coming chaos, her voice a whisper in the hearts of warriors. Her presence alone sends terror coursing through even the bravest souls, for when the Morrigan is near, death follows closely behind. In Scottish legend, as in Irish myth, the Morrigan is a figure of overwhelming power. She does not simply predict the outcome of battle, she shapes it. As the goddess of war, fate, and death, she doesn't stand on the sidelines, she moves through the fray, her form shifting between that of a woman, a raven, and the mist itself. To see her circling above a battlefield, black feathers catching the wind, is to know that the end is near. The warriors beneath her gaze know they are fighting not only their enemies but also their own destiny. The Morrigan is often described as terrifying, yet she is not evil. She represents a truth that no one can escape, the truth of mortality, of endings. She doesn't revel in death but acknowledges its inevitability, and in doing so, forces others to confront it as well. For those who stand on the brink of battle, she is a reminder that life is fragile, that no matter how strong, how fierce, or how skilled a warrior might be, fate has the final word. It is said that she can appear as a beautiful woman, luring men with her beauty, only for them to realize too late that they have been seduced by death itself. Yet, the Morrigan's power is not limited to the battlefield. She is also a weaver of fate, her influence felt long before the first sword is drawn. It's said she can foretell death with chilling accuracy, her voice heard in the wailing of the wind or the call of the raven. In one legend, she is seen washing the bloodied clothes of those who are destined to die, her hands red from the stains of future slaughter. The sight of her at the river's edge, scrubbing garments with eerie calm, is enough to strike terror into the hearts of anyone who glimpses her. There is a darkness to the Morrigan, but it is a darkness that comes from the truths people fear most: death, fate, the unknown. She holds up a mirror to humanity's deepest fears and makes them impossible to ignore. To invoke her name is to accept that life is fleeting, that war has consequences, and that not all will survive the coming storm. But in her fearsome power, there is also a strange kind of honor. The Morrigan doesn't lie. She doesn't deceive. She shows the truth, no matter how brutal, and demands that it be faced head-on. In some tales, the Morrigan takes the form of a raven, a creature of both mystery and menace. The raven, with its sharp eyes and knowing gaze, is her most famous guise. Ravens have long been seen as omens of death, their black wings cutting through the sky like a shadow over life. In Scottish mythology, they are often linked to battlefields, feasting on the fallen, their cries a final lament for those who have perished. When the Morrigan takes this form, she is at her most fearsome, watching the chaos unfold beneath her, deciding who will live and who will die. But the Morrigan is more than a bringer of death. She is also a protector in her own fierce way. She stands for those who face the harsh realities of life and do not flinch. She watches over the warriors, not out of love, but out of respect for those who confront their fate with courage. In this way, she is a goddess not just of death, but of transformation. Death, in her eyes, is not the end, but a passage to something beyond. She guards that threshold, ensuring that those who cross it do so with honor. Her influence stretches far beyond any single battle. The Morrigan embodies the shifting nature of fate itself. Just as a battle can turn in an instant, so too can life. She reminds people that nothing is certain, that every moment can be the moment of change, for better or for worse. This is her power, the power of the unknown, the power of the inevitable. In some stories, the Morrigan takes pity on those she watches. There is a legend of a warrior who, knowing he was about to face certain death, prayed to the Morrigan not for victory, but for a quick and honorable end. She appeared to him, not as a raven but as a woman, her face calm and serene. She spoke softly to him, telling him that his time had come but that he would be remembered forever for his bravery. And when the battle ended, his body lay among the fallen, but his name was carried in the songs of the survivors, just as the Morrigan had promised. The Morrigan's presence in Scottish myth is a reminder of the thin line between life and death, a line that is often blurred in times of war and conflict. Her power is undeniable, her influence unstoppable. She is not a goddess who can be ignored or avoided. When she chooses to appear, it is because fate has been set in motion, and there is no turning back. In the end, the Morrigan is not just a figure of fear, but of respect. She is the force that moves through every battle, every life, reminding us all that nothing lasts forever, and that fate cannot be escaped. To hear the beating of her wings, to see her shadow pass over the land, is to feel the weight of the inevitable, to know that in the grand tapestry of life, there are threads we cannot control. And yet, there is power in that knowledge, a power the Morrigan embodies with every breath, every glance, every cry of the raven that echoes through the Scottish hills. In the heart of ancient Scotland, when the world felt colder and darker, there was a goddess whose warmth never faded. Her name was Bridget, and she was the flame that burned in every hearth, the healing touch in every hand, and the light that guided poets through their darkest nights. She wasn't just one thing. Bridget was the triple goddess, embodying healing, fertility, and inspiration, her presence woven into the lives of the people as intimately as the breath in their lungs. When people spoke her name, it wasn't just a prayer, it was a cry from the soul, a hope that even in the most difficult times, Bridget's flame would never go out. For those who faced sickness, her touch was soft as a mother's hand on a fevered brow. In every house where a child was born, her spirit was there, watching over both mother and child, guarding the threshold between life and death. She was the one you called to when you needed a miracle, but not the kind of miracle that split mountains or parted seas. Bridget's miracles were quiet, personal, and life-giving. People believed that Bridget's flame burned eternal, not only in the fires of their homes, but in their hearts. She was the bringer of warmth and renewal, the promise that even in the harshest of winters, spring would come again. The stories of Bridget tell of her generosity, her love for the vulnerable, and her unmatched wisdom. In the deep, cold winters of Scotland, people would look to her for survival, for hope. It was said that the flames of her sacred fire never went out, that no matter how harsh the winds or how heavy the snow, Bridget's fire would always burn. But Bridget wasn't just a goddess of warmth and healing, she was also a protector of life itself. As the goddess of fertility, her blessings were sought for healthy crops, animals, and families. In a land where survival often depended on the whims of nature, Bridget's favor could mean the difference between life and death. The fields that flourished, the livestock that grew strong, the children born healthy and full of life, all of these were seen as signs of Bridget's hand at work. She wasn't distant or abstract, she was there in every new sprout that pushed through the soil, and every newborn cry that pierced the silence of the night. For women, especially, Bridget was a constant companion. She understood the struggles and joys of bringing life into the world, of nurturing it and protecting it. Her presence was a source of comfort for mothers who faced the dangerous task of childbirth, knowing that Bridget stood beside them, her arms wide and her heart full. Her power wasn't the kind that dominated or controlled, it was the power to create, to nurture, and to bring forth life in all its forms. But Bridget's power didn't end with life and healing. She was also the spark of inspiration, the goddess who could turn a simple thought into poetry that would last through the ages. She understood that the human spirit needed more than just physical sustenance, it needed beauty, creativity, and expression. For the poets, the singers, and the dreamers, Bridget was a muse like no other. It was said that she could speak through the flames, that if you sat quietly by the fire long enough, her voice would come to you in the crackling of the wood, filling your mind with visions, words, and stories that seemed to come from a place beyond the ordinary world. Bridget's connection to inspiration wasn't just about art, it was about the fire within every person, the passion and purpose that drives people to do more than just survive. She reminded them that even in the hardest of times, there was still room for beauty, for creation, for hope. The Scots believed that Bridget's flame was the source of all inspiration, that every great work of art, every moving song, every stirring poem was touched by her hand. And for those who felt lost, who struggled to find meaning or direction, Bridget's light was a beacon, guiding them back to their own inner fire. Bridget wasn't just a goddess to be worshipped, she was a part of everyday life. Her presence was felt in the simplest of moments, in the healing of a wound, the birth of a child, or the sudden rush of inspiration that filled the mind late at night. People didn't just pray to Bridget, they lived with her, carried her with them in their hearts and in their hands. She was there in the flames that warmed their homes, in the earth that fed their families, and in the songs that lifted their spirits. Her triple aspect, healer, creator of life and source of inspiration, made her one of the most beloved and revered figures in Scottish tradition. No matter what someone needed, they could turn to Bridget and know that she would listen, that she would understand. She wasn't a goddess of grand gestures or impossible feats. She was a goddess of the everyday, of the small miracles that kept life going even in the hardest times. For centuries, Bridget's flame has burned, passed down through stories, traditions, and the quiet prayers of those who have walked the hills and valleys of Scotland. Even now, her presence can be felt in the places where the old ways are remembered, where the fire is still lit in her name. She remains a symbol of hope, of healing, and of the power of creation, her light shining through the ages, undimmed by time or change. And perhaps, if you sit by a fire on a cold winter's night, if you listen closely to the crackle of the wood and the whisper of the wind, you might still hear her voice, soft but strong, reminding you that even in the darkest moments, there is always light. Bridget's flame still burns, and as long as there are those who keep her in their hearts, it always will. In the ancient tales of Scotland, there is a god whose name stirs the blood and fills the hearts of men with fire. His name is Lugh. To speak of Lugh is to speak of brilliance, of unmatched skill and mastery. He is not merely a god of war or wisdom, he is the very embodiment of excellence. In every craft, in every art, in every battle, Lugh stands above all. When people whisper of a hero who can do anything, who can master any task, they speak of him. Lugh's legend begins with the light that glimmers in the eyes of those who strive for greatness, a light that refuses to dim no matter how hard the world pushes back. His presence is felt in the hand of the craftsman shaping something beautiful from raw materials, in the voice of the poet weaving words into something eternal, and in the heart of the warrior who knows that victory isn't just about strength but about cunning and skill. Lugh is the god who can do all these things and more. He is not just a warrior, not just a poet, not just a craftsman, he is all of them, the perfect hero. There is a story of Lugh arriving at the gates of the gods. They ask him, "What can you do?" For they would only allow someone into their company if they could offer something unique. "I am a builder," he says. "We already have a builder," they reply. "I am a smith," Lugh continues. "We have a smith." "I am a warrior," he insists. "We have warriors." The list goes on. Lugh speaks of his many skills, and each time, the gods respond that they have someone already. Finally, Lugh smiles and says, "But do you have anyone who can do all of these things?" The gods were silent. They knew then that Lugh was unlike any other. He wasn't defined by one skill, one talent. He was a master of all. In Scottish myth, Lugh's influence was felt in every corner of life. The people saw in him the ideal of what a hero could be: fearless, intelligent, capable. Lugh's gifts were not limited to the battlefield. He was a protector, a bringer of light in both literal and metaphorical senses. His name, associated with the sun, made him a symbol of illumination, of clarity, and understanding. In a world that was often harsh and unforgiving, Lugh brought hope. He reminded people that there was always a way forward, always something more to strive for, always a chance to be better. It wasn't just his skills that made him revered, it was the way he used them. Lugh wasn't arrogant or boastful, he knew his worth, but he also understood the power of humility. He fought not for his own glory, but to protect and uplift those who needed him. His battles weren't for personal gain, but for the greater good, for the preservation of his people and their way of life. This is why he became the model of heroism, not just in Scotland, but in every place where his name was known. Lugh's most famous battle is the one against Balor, a giant whose eye was said to bring destruction upon all it gazed upon. Balor was undefeatable, or so it was believed, his gaze alone enough to destroy armies. But Lugh, with his quick mind and unrelenting will, saw a way to defeat him. Using his spear, a weapon forged by his unmatched skill, Lugh struck Balor's eye before it could open, defeating the monster and saving his people from certain doom. It's not the sheer violence of the act that makes this story so powerful, it's the way Lugh's mastery, his skill in knowing exactly when and where to strike, turns the tide of an otherwise hopeless situation. His victory over Balor wasn't just a triumph of strength, it was a triumph of wisdom, strategy, and precision. In that moment, Lugh wasn't just a god, he was a symbol of human potential, of what could be achieved when talent and intelligence worked together. For the people of ancient Scotland, Lugh was more than a distant figure in the heavens. He was an inspiration, a reminder that they too could be heroes in their own way. Whether in the quiet work of a blacksmith at his forge or the bravery of a farmer defending his land, Lugh's presence could be felt. His story wasn't about being born with greatness, it was about achieving it through hard work, skill, and a relentless drive to be the best. He was the god who showed people that anything was possible if they were willing to learn, to adapt, and to never give up. Lugh's legacy is also seen in the festival of Lughnasadh, held in his honor as a celebration of the harvest. It wasn't just a time to give thanks for the fruits of the earth, but also a time to celebrate human creativity and skill, the very things that Lugh embodied. The festival wasn't only about honoring him as a god, but about recognizing the gifts he had given to the people, the ability to grow, to create, to succeed. It was a celebration of life itself, in all its forms. To speak of Lugh is to speak of the fire inside every person who longs to master something, to create something beautiful, to leave a mark on the world. His story is one of transformation, not just for himself, but for those who followed in his footsteps. He wasn't just the hero god, he was the god of possibility, the god who showed people what they could become if they reached high enough. In the tales of Lugh, there is always hope. No matter how great the challenge, no matter how terrifying the enemy, Lugh's presence means there is a way through. His mastery of every skill, every craft, every art, speaks to the endless potential that lies within us all. Lugh's name still echoes through the mountains and glens of Scotland, reminding those who hear it that there is always something more to achieve, always a way to turn even the darkest moment into a triumph. He is the light in the dark, the master of all, and the hero who never stops striving for greatness. When the winds grow colder, and the sky turns a shade of gray that seems endless, the ancient people of Scotland knew it was her time. Cailleach, the Veiled One, was awakening. She wasn't a goddess of warmth or light, she was the ancient, raw force of winter. To hear her name was to feel the bite of frost, the sharpness of the icy winds that swept across the mountains and valleys. She was not cruel, but she was relentless. Through her, the land was shaped, the seasons turned, and life itself was tested. Cailleach wasn't seen as just a figure of fear, though she could be fearsome. She was a goddess of creation, of transformation. The mountains that rise steep and rugged across Scotland were said to be her work. With her massive staff, she would strike the earth, raising hills and splitting rocks. Rivers, winding and untamed, followed the path she carved with her hands. Cailleach was the very embodiment of the wild, untamed spirit of the land. And just as the land itself could be both beautiful and dangerous, so too was she. They say she carried the storms in her breath. When Cailleach walked, the earth trembled beneath her feet, and snow would fall in her wake, covering the land in a thick, white silence. Yet, there was a strange comfort in this silence, a reminder that life, even in its harshest moments, has its rhythms. Winter was her season, and in it, she was the queen. People knew that she held the world in her hands during the long, dark months, shaping not only the land, but the lives that depended on it. Cailleach wasn't a goddess who brought gentle rains or soft breezes. When she unleashed her power, it was with a fierce and unyielding strength. The snow she cast upon the hills would bury everything, the rivers she froze solid would remain still for months, and the biting winds she called forth would make even the strongest feel small. But underneath this harshness was a necessity, a reminder that all things must rest, that the world needed time to breathe, to sleep. Without her winter, there could be no spring. Her presence was most keenly felt on the wild, storm-torn nights when the sky was full of snow and the earth seemed to groan under the weight of ice. In those moments, it felt as though she was standing just beyond the reach of human sight, her cloak pulled tight around her, watching as her work unfolded. Some feared her, others respected her, but no one could deny her power. Cailleach was both creator and destroyer, capable of making and unmaking with equal force. In the stories passed down through the generations, Cailleach's staff was more than just a tool, it was the source of her power. With it, she shaped the land, causing great boulders to roll down from the mountains and form the rugged terrain that still stands today. She would use it to freeze the ground solid, ensuring that winter's grip would hold until she was ready to release it. And when the time came, when the world needed to thaw and spring began to stir, she would toss her staff beneath a holly bush and step back, allowing the earth to slowly awaken from its frozen slumber. Yet, Cailleach was not just a bringer of winter, she was its soul. The land itself seemed to change when she stirred. The once gentle streams would turn hard and cold, locked beneath sheets of ice. The trees, stripped of their leaves, would stand silent and still as if waiting for her next move. Even the animals seemed to know her presence, burrowing deep into the earth to escape her breath, to survive until she finally relented. But for all her harshness, there was an undeniable beauty in her work. The snow-covered peaks, glistening in the pale winter sun, were her crown. The stillness that came with the frost was her quiet song. In the silence of a winter morning, when the world seemed to hold its breath, it was her presence that was felt most deeply. And though she seemed distant, removed from the warmth and joy of life, there was something profoundly alive in her coldness, a reminder that life persists even in the darkest of times. Cailleach's role was not just to bring winter, but to mark the turning of the seasons. She was the cycle of death and rebirth, the constant flow of life that moved beneath the surface of the frozen earth. Without her, the seasons would not change, the world would not rest. She ensured that the land would be ready for the warmth and growth of spring, but only after it had endured the cold. As spring approached, there were stories of her fading power, of her struggle to hold onto the world she had frozen. As the sun grew stronger and the days longer, Cailleach would retreat. Some believed she turned into stone, becoming one with the mountains she had shaped, waiting for the time when winter would come again. Others said she passed her staff to Bridget, the goddess of spring, who would then awaken the earth and bring life back to the frozen land. It was an endless cycle, with Cailleach playing her part, never truly gone, but always waiting, always watching. In these ancient stories, Cailleach is not just a figure of myth, she is a reflection of the land itself, of the hard, unforgiving beauty of Scotland's winters. She is the wind that howls across the moors, the ice that clings to the mountains, the snow that blankets the world in white. And yet, beneath all of that, she is also the promise of renewal, the quiet certainty that even in the depths of winter, spring will come. Cailleach may be veiled, her face hidden from mortal eyes, but her presence is always known. She is the cold breath of the north wind, the crunch of snow beneath your feet, the sharpness in the air that reminds you that nature, in all its forms, must be respected. She is the force that shapes the land, that turns the seasons, that reminds us all that without winter, there can be no spring. And though her time may seem dark and endless, there is a strange comfort in knowing that she is always there, guiding the world through its most difficult days, and preparing it for the warmth and light that will inevitably follow. In the mist-covered hills of ancient Scotland, when the air was thick with the scent of pine and the howl of wolves echoed through the night, there lived a band of warriors whose names have been whispered through time: Finn MacCool and the Fiana. They were more than just men. They were legends, and their deeds stirred the hearts of all who heard their tales. These were the warriors who stood between their people and the dangers that lurked in the shadows, their swords gleaming like the stars, their bravery etched into the very bones of the land. At the heart of this group was Finn MacCool, a figure so larger than life that even the mountains seemed to bow before him. Finn wasn't just a warrior, he was a leader, a protector, and a man of wisdom. His name carried with it the weight of honor and courage, for he had earned it through trials that would have broken any other. As a boy, Finn was left alone, his father slain by enemies who sought to destroy his family. But Finn's spirit was stronger than the forces that opposed him. He grew up in the wild, learning the ways of the forest, sharpening his skills until he was ready to claim his rightful place among the Fiana. The Fiana were no ordinary warriors. They were bound by codes of honor and loyalty so fierce that their bonds were unbreakable. They fought for each other as much as they fought for their people, and their brotherhood was sacred. To become a member of the Fiana was to take on more than the mantle of a warrior. It was to give your life to something greater, to pledge yourself to protect the weak and fight for justice, no matter the cost. It said that Finn MacCool gained wisdom from a magical salmon, the salmon of knowledge. When Finn accidentally tasted the fish, all the knowledge of the world flooded into him. From that moment, he was not just a warrior of unmatched strength, but a leader of unmatched wisdom. He saw the world not just as a battlefield, but as a place where compassion and bravery walked hand in hand. With this knowledge, he guided the Fiana through countless battles, always knowing when to strike and when to hold back, when to show mercy and when to wield his sword. The Fiana were known far and wide for their heroics. They defended Scotland against invaders, monsters, and dark forces that sought to bring chaos to the land. One of their greatest battles was against the fire-breathing giant Ailinn, who threatened to destroy the kingdom every Samhain by putting the warriors of Terra to sleep and burning the city to the ground. For years, no one could stop him, but Finn, with his wisdom and courage, stayed awake while the others slept. As Ailinn approached, Finn struck him down with his spear, saving the kingdom and cementing his place as a true hero of the people. But the strength of the Fiana didn't lie in just their fighting skills. They were poets, musicians, and men of great intelligence. They valued beauty and knowledge as much as they did their swords and shields. After a battle, they would gather around the fire, their voices rising in song, telling stories of love and loss, of triumph and sorrow. In those moments, they were not just warriors but men who knew the weight of life and death, men who carried the burden of protecting their people on their shoulders. One of the most beloved stories of Finn and the Fiana is the tale of Diarmuid and Grain, a story of love and betrayal that still stirs the hearts of those who hear it. Grain, the beautiful daughter of the High King, was promised to Finn in marriage, but her heart belonged to Diarmuid, one of Finn's most trusted warriors. In a moment of passion, Grain placed a magical spell on Diarmuid, and the two fled, pursued by Finn and the rest of the Fiana. But even in his anger and heartbreak, Finn could not bring himself to harm Diarmuid. When Diarmuid was later mortally wounded by a wild boar, it was Finn, with all his wisdom and power, who had the chance to save him. But in that moment, torn between love and betrayal, Finn hesitated, and Diarmuid died in his arms. The story of Diarmuid and Grain is a reminder that even the greatest heroes are not immune to the pains of the heart, to the complexities of love and loyalty. It's a story that speaks of the humanity within the legends, showing that even the strongest can be brought low by the weight of their own emotions. As time passed, Finn and the Fiana continued their heroic deeds, but the world around them began to change. The age of heroes was fading, and with it, the need for the Fiana. Yet, their stories lived on, passed down through generations, their deeds growing larger with each telling. In the minds of the people, Finn MacCool and the Fiana became more than just men. They became symbols of what it meant to live with honor, to fight for what was right, and to stand against the darkness, no matter how overwhelming it seemed. The mountains, rivers, and forests of Scotland still whisper their names, as if the very land remembers the footsteps of these warriors. When the wind howls through the glens, it carries with it the echoes of their battle cries, a reminder that heroes never truly fade. They live on in the stories, in the songs sung by the fireside, in the hearts of those who still believe in bravery, loyalty, and the power of standing together against the forces that would tear the world apart. Finn MacCool and the Fiana may have walked this earth long ago, but their spirit remains. Their deeds, their sacrifices, their loves and losses, they are woven into the fabric of Scotland itself. They remind us that heroes aren't just found in the past, they exist in every moment, in every act of courage, in every hand that reaches out to protect another. Finn and his warriors showed us that even in the hardest of times, even when the odds are stacked against us, there is always room for hope, for honor, and for the unbreakable bonds of brotherhood. On the shores of ancient Scotland, where the land meets the fierce, churning sea, whispers of a hero's name echoed through the mountains and across the wild moors, Chulainn, the Hound of Ulster. His story was not just Ireland's alone, for his presence loomed large in Scottish lore as well. He was more than a man, more than a legend. He was a force, a warrior whose name could stir both fear and admiration. To speak of Chulainn was to speak of blood and battle, of loyalty and sacrifice, and of a fierce heart that would not break. Chulainn was not born with his legendary name, nor with the great destiny that awaited him. He was once Setanta, a boy like any other, though there was already something in his eyes, something wild, something untamed. From his earliest days, it was clear he would not be ordinary. Even as a child, his strength was beyond measure, his courage unmatched. But it was not until that fateful day, when he faced the Hound of Chulainn, that his true path began to take shape. The story is told with a shiver, even now, of how the boy Setanta, on his way to join the warriors at Emain Macha, was set upon by the ferocious hound of the blacksmith Chulainn. With nothing but his bare hands and the heart of a lion, Setanta killed the beast. The hound's death hung heavy in the air, but Setanta, with a sense of honor far beyond his years, offered to take the hound's place. From that day forward, he would be known as Chulainn, the Hound of Chulainn, bound by a name that echoed both ferocity and loyalty. As Chulainn grew, so did his reputation. His feats in battle were like something out of the old songs, the kind sung by firesides in the dead of winter, when warriors gathered to remember the great ones. He was a whirlwind of destruction on the battlefield, fighting with a rage so intense that his very body seemed to transform. The stories say that when he entered his warp spasm, his muscles bulged, his hair stood on end, and one eye would grow larger while the other shrank, as if he had become a creature not entirely of this world. In those moments, no enemy could stand before him. But Chulainn was more than just a warrior driven by fury. He fought for something bigger than himself. He fought for his people, for his land, for a sense of honor that ran deeper than blood. And though his strength seemed otherworldly, there was always something heartbreakingly human about him. Beneath the rage, beneath the battles and the blood, there was a young man who had been forced into greatness, who carried the weight of that greatness with every step. In Scottish lore, Chulainn's name was whispered with reverence. His stories were not bound by the borders of Ireland. The people of Scotland, with their own fierce history of warriors and battles, saw in Chulainn a kindred spirit. His strength, his loyalty, and his tragic fate resonated with the Scots, whose own land was shaped by the clash of swords and the courage of those who fought to defend it. One of the most haunting aspects of Chulainn's story is his unwavering sense of duty, even when it led him down a path of loneliness and sorrow. He was often described as a tragic hero, a figure who knew that his strength would come at a cost. His most painful battle was not fought with swords, but within himself, as he stood alone, even when surrounded by his people. There is a sadness in his tale, a sense that he was always fighting for something he could never fully have, peace, both in his land and in his heart. The most heartbreaking of Chulainn's stories is perhaps the death of his only son, Cailleach. Unknowingly, Chulainn killed the boy in combat, having not realized that the young warrior who faced him was his own blood. When the truth was revealed, it was as though the world itself broke. Chulainn, the invincible warrior, the Hound of Ulster, was brought to his knees by the weight of his own actions. His scream of agony is said to have echoed across the land, shaking the mountains and sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. It was the cry of a man who had lost not just his son, but a part of himself. Despite the pain that followed him, Chulainn continued to fight, continued to stand for what he believed in, even when it cost him everything. His final battle, where he stood alone against overwhelming odds, is the stuff of legends. Though his enemies outnumbered him, Chulainn would not back down. Even when mortally wounded, he tied himself to a standing stone so that he could die on his feet, facing his enemies with unyielding pride. It wasn't until a raven, the Morrigan in a crow form, landed on his shoulder that his foes dared approach, realizing that even in death, Chulainn was a force to be reckoned with. In Scotland, where the winds howl and the mountains rise steep and unforgiving, the story of Chulainn found a home. His tale, filled with both glory and tragedy, echoed the experiences of the Scottish people, who understood all too well the costs of bravery, of standing alone against the tide. The Hound of Ulster became not just a hero of Ireland, but a symbol of what it means to fight with everything you have, even when the world seems determined to break you. To speak of Chulainn is to speak of strength and sorrow in equal measure. It is to remember a man who gave everything for his people, who stood unshaken in the face of impossible odds, and whose heart, though burdened by loss, never stopped burning with the fierce desire to protect. His story, passed down through the generations, is more than just a tale of battle. It's a reminder of the fragility and the strength that live side by side in every warrior's heart. And though centuries have passed since Chulainn stood upon the battlefield, his spirit remains. It lingers in the stories told by the fireside, and the hearts of those who still feel the call to stand for what is right, no matter the cost. The Hound of Ulster may have fallen, but his legacy, his courage, his honor, his undying wool, lives on, forever etched into the soul of the land. In the windswept Highlands of Scotland, where the mist curls over rugged hills and the sea crashes against jagged cliffs, tales of fierce women echo through time. These were no ordinary women. They were warriors, queens, and legends whose strength was carved from the very stones of the land they ruled. Their stories are more than myth, they are the heartbeat of Scotland, a reminder that power, courage, and leadership were never limited by gender. To speak of Scotland's warrior queens is to feel the pulse of a nation built on resilience and unyielding spirit. One name that still sends shivers through the land is that of Cailleach, the shadowy queen of warriors, whose legacy was etched into both legend and reality. She lived on the Isle of Skye, a place where the air itself feels ancient, as though it remembers every footstep ever taken on its soil. Cailleach was not just a queen but a master of combat, a teacher of heroes. Her fort, Dun Scaith, or the Fortress of Shadows, was a place where warriors went not just to learn how to wield a sword, but how to command the battlefield with strategy, precision, and fearlessness. Chulainn himself, the greatest hero of Irish and Scottish lore, sought her guidance. Cailleach trained him in the art of war, molding him into the unstoppable force he would become. But it wasn't just her skill that made her feared and respected, it was her wisdom, her understanding of the delicate balance between life and death, and her ability to wield that knowledge like a blade. In her presence, men and women alike learned that power does not come without sacrifice, and true strength is not in the arm that holds the sword but in the heart that knows when to use it. Yet, Cailleach was not the only queen who ruled the land with iron and grace. Far to the south, in the borderlands, another fierce figure emerges from the mists of history, Queen Cailleach of Moray, sometimes linked to the legendary Cailleach but distinct in her own right. Cailleach's tale is one of rebellion and defiance, a queen who would not bow to the invading forces of Rome. Her defiance against the might of the Roman Empire set her apart as a symbol of resistance, a woman whose bravery in the face of overwhelming odds became a beacon of hope for her people. Cailleach was not one to be subdued, even when faced with the greatest military force the world had ever seen. The Romans, with their legions and war machines, may have thought they could break the spirit of Scotland, but they had not counted on the women who stood like iron in their path. It is said that Cailleach led her people with unyielding strength, showing the invaders that Scotland would never be a land of submission. Her legacy, though shrouded in mystery, burns bright in the stories passed down through the ages, an unbreakable queen who fought for the freedom of her land. In these stories, another queen rises, one whose name is written in both blood and fire, Queen Gwendolen. Her tale is woven into the earliest threads of Scottish history, where love, betrayal, and vengeance converge. Married to King Loch of Britain, Gwendolen's heart turned to stone when she learned of her husband's betrayal. He had forsaken her for another, and in her fury, Gwendolen raised an army, determined not only to reclaim her throne but to exact her revenge. The battle was fierce, the air thick with the clash of steel and the cries of war, but Gwendolen did not falter. With a heart hardened by betrayal and a will as unshakable as the mountains, she defeated her husband in battle, taking back the throne that was rightfully hers. But Gwendolen's victory was not just over a faithless king, it was over the notion that a queen could be set aside, that her power could be stripped from her by the whims of a man. Her triumph became a story told in hushed tones, a reminder that to wrong a queen was to invite a storm. In the far reaches of Scottish history, the name of Gruach, better known as Lady Macbeth, also lingers like a shadow. While her story has been twisted by time and immortalized in Shakespeare's tragedy, the real Gruach was a woman of immense strength and determination. She was born into a time of violence, her life marked by the brutal power struggles that defined early Scottish history. Grouch was no passive figure. She was a queen who fought fiercely for her family's right to the throne, navigating a world where alliances were as fragile as the heather on the hillsides. Her story, though steeped in tragedy, is one of survival and resilience. Married to Macbeth, who would become king, Grouch's influence is said to have shaped his reign. Her ambition, though portrayed in literature as dark and dangerous, was born out of a need to protect her own in a world where power was often won through bloodshed. Grouch's life reminds us that the women of Scotland's past were not mere spectators. They were queens who wielded power with intelligence and cunning, shaping the course of history with every decision they made. The warrior queens of Scotland were not just figures of myth and legend. They were real women who stood against the tides of their time, refusing to be swept away. Their stories are filled with blood and battle, but also with hope, resilience, and an unbreakable spirit. They remind us that power is not given, it is earned, and it is not confined to the battlefield. These queens ruled not just with swords, but with their minds, their hearts, and their unyielding belief in their right to lead. In the heart of every Scottish tale of war and triumph, there is the pulse of these women, whose strength continues to resonate through the ages. They fought for their people, for their land, and for their place in a world that often sought to silence them. But they would not be silenced. Their voices still carry on the wind, fierce and proud, reminding all who listen that Scotland's history was shaped as much by the hands of its queens as by its kings. Through the mists of time, their stories remain, alive and burning, a testament to the warrior queens of Scotland, women who stood tall, fought fiercely, and left a legacy that will never fade. The sky was heavy with the weight of impending chaos, dark clouds swirling as if the heavens themselves were preparing for war. Beneath that ominous sky, the land trembled, mountains stood tall but quivered at their peaks, and rivers seemed to hesitate in their flow. The air was thick, electric with tension, for the ancient battle between the gods and giants was about to unfold. It wasn't just a clash of strength, but a collision of worlds, of elemental forces too vast to comprehend. This was the battle that would shape the earth itself, a war where the boundaries of the possible stretched and broke, leaving behind scars in both the land and the sky. In the early days of myth, the giants were not mere creatures of immense size, they were forces of nature, beings forged from the raw power of the world itself. Their footsteps shook the earth, their voices were the rumble of mountains, and their fury was the storm. The gods, too, were not distant figures but intimately tied to the land, protectors of life, balance, and the fragile order that existed. Yet, order is something giants cared little for. They thrived in chaos, and the wildness of the world before structure and law. There were whispers of their strength, of how they could pull the very mountains from their roots and hurl them into the sea, creating islands in their wake. They were timeless, existing long before mortals walked the earth, before the trees grew tall, before the rivers carved their paths. But the gods saw them as a threat. The giants, in their untamed might, could undo all that the gods had created. They could reshape the world in their image, a world where destruction and fury reigned supreme. The first blow came not from a god or a giant, but from the land itself. A mountain, vast and silent for millennia, cracked open with a sound so terrible that it echoed through every corner of the world. From its depths, the giants emerged, towering, powerful, their eyes burning with the fire of the earth's core. Each step they took was felt across the land, and with each step, the gods grew more aware of the storm that was coming. It was Lugh, the god of skill and mastery, who first stood against them. His spear was said to be so sharp that it could cut through the very fabric of existence. With it in hand, he descended from the heavens, his face set with determination. But even Lugh, with all his might and cunning, knew that this battle was not one to be taken lightly. The giants were not just strong, they were relentless, born from the chaos that the gods had sought to tame. As Lugh met the giants on the battlefield, the earth itself groaned under the weight of their conflict. The clash of their weapons was like thunder, each strike causing the ground to split and the sky to weep. Lugh fought with the precision of a master, his every movement calculated and deadly, but the giants were raw, wild power. They struck with the force of earthquakes, with the fury of hurricanes, each blow sending shockwaves that rippled through the land. Trees were uprooted, mountains crumbled, and rivers boiled as the battle raged on. It wasn't just Lugh who stood against the giants. The Morrigan, the fierce goddess of war and fate, was there too. Her presence was a shadow that loomed over the battlefield, her voice a whisper that filled the hearts of the giants with doubt. She moved like a storm, her form shifting between that of a raven and a woman, her eyes gleaming with the knowledge of every death that was to come. With every beat of her wings, a giant would fall, their bodies collapsing like mountains crumbling into the sea. But the giants did not fight alone. They, too, had their champions, creatures of such immense size and power that even the gods trembled in their presence. There was Balor, the giant with a single, destructive eye. It was said that a glance from Balor's eye could turn the strongest of warriors to stone, and when his gaze fell upon the gods, even they felt the weight of its terrible power. Balor fought not with finesse, but with overwhelming strength. Every swing of his massive arm sent shockwaves through the ground, every glance from his eye left devastation in its wake. The battle raged for days, neither side willing to relent. The land was torn asunder, mountains flattened, and oceans stirred into violent whirlpools. Yet, through the chaos, a strange balance emerged. As much as the gods fought to preserve the world, the giants fought to reshape it, to return it to the wild, untamed state from which they were born. In the end, it was not brute force that decided the battle, but cunning and sacrifice. Lugh, with all his mastery, devised a plan to defeat Balor, knowing that no ordinary strike could bring down the giant. He waited for the perfect moment, when Balor's single eye was opened wide, ready to unleash its devastating power. With a precision that only a god of mastery could wield, Lugh hurled his spear directly into Balor's eye, the force of the blow so great that it pierced through and out the back of his head. The giant fell with a roar that shook the heavens, his body crashing to the earth like a falling mountain. With Balor's fall, the tide of the battle shifted. One by one, the giants were brought down, their immense forms crumbling under the might of the gods. The earth, scarred and broken from the conflict, began to heal as the gods reclaimed control. But the victory came at a cost. The land would never be the same, the mountains, rivers, and valleys had been reshaped by the battle, forever bearing the marks of the conflict between gods and giants. Yet, even in defeat, the giants left their mark on the world. Their blood, it is said, seeped into the earth, giving rise to the stones and hills that still bear their names. Their spirits, though vanquished, are whispered to linger in the highest peaks and deepest valleys, a reminder that chaos and creation are two sides of the same coin. The battle between gods and giants was more than just a war, it was the forging of the world itself, a reminder of the fragile balance between order and chaos. And though the gods triumphed, the echoes of the giant's strength still resonate through Scotland's landscapes, a hum that can still be felt in the stones, in the mountains, in the very breath of the wind. The forest had never been so quiet. Birds, usually chattering and filling the woods with their songs, fell silent. The wind, once playful and gentle, stilled as if holding its breath. Even the trees seemed to stiffen, their branches reaching out like trembling fingers. In the heart of the dense, ancient woodland, something stirred, a low growl that rumbled like distant thunder. The ground vibrated beneath heavy steps. The creature that prowled those shadows was no ordinary beast. It was the great boar, a monstrous force of nature, feared by all and known to none who had lived to tell the tale. Its tusks were like jagged swords, gleaming in the dappled sunlight that barely pierced the canopy above. Eyes black as night, glinting with a wild rage that knew no mercy, the great boar had roamed these lands for as long as anyone could remember. It was said that the creature was born from the very rage of the earth, a manifestation of raw, untamed fury that couldn't be controlled. It had ravaged villages, trampled fields, and left destruction in its wake. No hunter, no warrior, had ever come close to bringing it down. Those who dared to face it found their bodies broken, their lives snuffed out in an instant. Yet, there was one man who refused to be cowed by the tales of terror. A hero whose name echoed through the halls of warriors, though not for this reason. He had fought many battles, conquered fierce enemies, and saved his people time and time again. But his greatest test was now standing before him, the great boar, the beast that no blade could pierce and no courage could conquer. His name was Chulainn. From the moment he stepped foot in the forest, the air felt thicker, more alive, like it was waiting for something to happen. Each step he took was measured, his breath steady, though his heart pounded in his chest. In his hand, he held a spear, its tip forged from the strongest steel. But Chulainn knew that brute strength alone wouldn't save him. This battle required something more, a deeper resolve, a willingness to face death not with fear, but with the fierce determination of a man who had nothing left to lose. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, when he first heard the snort. It was followed by the unmistakable sound of hooves pounding the earth. The great boar was close. Chulainn steadied himself, gripping his spear tighter, his eyes scanning the darkening forest for any movement. Then, like a nightmare made flesh, the beast burst through the underbrush, a massive, dark blur of muscle and fury. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The two locked eyes, and in that brief instant, Chulainn saw the depth of the creature's rage. It wasn't just an animal, this was something ancient, something elemental. The earth itself seemed to tremble under the weight of the great boar's presence. With a roar that shook the very ground beneath him, the boar charged, its tusks aimed to tear through anything in its path. Chulainn braced himself, planting his feet firmly in the earth, ready for the impact. The world around him blurred as the creature closed the distance between them in a heartbeat. He could feel the heat of its breath, the sheer force of its power. The moment of impact came with a thunderous crash. Chulainn's spear struck true, but the great boar was faster and stronger than he had ever imagined. The spear glanced off its thick hide, barely grazing the beast as it barreled forward. Chulainn was thrown back, his body slamming into the trunk of a towering tree. Pain shot through him, but he forced himself to stand, refusing to be defeated. The boar, seemingly unscathed, circled him, its black eyes locked on its prey. Chulainn could feel the blood trickling down his side, his body aching from the blow. But he didn't let the pain cloud his mind. He watched the boar, studying its movements, looking for a weakness. And then, in a flash, he saw it. A brief hesitation in the creature's stride, a small limp in its hind leg. It was a weakness, small, but it was there. With newfound resolve, Chulainn prepared for the next attack. This time, he would not be thrown aside. The boar charged again, its fury even greater than before. But Chulainn was ready. In the split second before the creature's tusks could impale him, he leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. In one swift motion, he drove his spear deep into the boar's injured leg, the point sinking into flesh with a sickening crunch. The boar let out a deafening scream, its body thrashing in agony. Blood poured from the wound, staining the forest floor, but the beast wasn't done yet. It reared back, more furious than ever, and turned to face its tormentor. But Chulainn stood his ground, his eyes cold and focused. With one final, desperate charge, the great boar lunged at him. Chulainn met it head-on, his spear raised high. And with all the strength he had left, he drove the weapon straight into the creature's heart. The forest fell silent. The great boar let out one last breath, a long, low groan that seemed to echo through the trees. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud that shook the earth. Chulainn stood over the beast, panting, his body trembling from exhaustion and pain. He had done it. The beast that had terrorized the land for so long was finally defeated. But as Chulainn looked down at the creature, he didn't feel triumph. There was no joy in this victory. The great boar, for all its terror and fury, had been a part of the land, a force of nature as old as the trees themselves. Its death felt like the end of something much larger, something ancient and untamed. The wind picked up again, rustling the leaves overhead, and for the first time in days, the birds began to sing. The forest seemed to exhale, as if releasing the breath it had been holding since the battle began. Chulainn, weary and wounded, turned and walked away from the fallen beast, leaving behind the quiet woods. The legend of the great boar and the hero who slew it would be told for generations, passed down from one storyteller to the next. But those who truly understood the tale knew that it was more than just a story of a man defeating a beast. It was a story of balance, of the delicate line between nature's fury and humanity's strength, and of the quiet understanding that some battles, though won, leave behind an ache that cannot be healed. On the rugged coasts of Scotland, where the waves crash against the rocks and the mist clings to the air, there are whispers of creatures that live between two worlds. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the sea and sky blend into a single gray horizon, fishermen and villagers alike have shared stories of beings that slip from the water's depths and walk upon the land. They call them the Selkies, the seal folk. Their tales are woven with longing, beauty, and sorrow, as they are creatures bound by both love and tragedy. Selkies live their lives in the sea, gliding gracefully through the dark waters, seals by day and night. But when the moonlight touches the waves just right, they shed their sealskins and step onto the shores as men and women. It's said that their human forms are strikingly beautiful, with eyes that hold the mysteries of the deep and hair as dark as the ocean at midnight. For a time, they wander the beaches, feeling the soft earth beneath their feet, their hearts torn between the worlds they belong to. But the world of men and the world of the sea are not meant to blend so easily. The magic that allows the Selkies to transform is fragile, and it is their sealskin that holds the key. Without it, they are trapped, unable to return to the ocean that calls to them with every wave that crashes against the shore. One of the most heart-wrenching tales is that of a young fisherman who, while walking along the beach one evening, stumbled upon a sealskin. It was soft and damp, smelling faintly of salt and the wild sea. Curious, he hid the skin away, not knowing the significance of what he had found. Moments later, he saw her, a woman unlike any he had ever seen before, standing alone by the water's edge. Her hair blew in the wind like seaweed carried on the tide, and her eyes, though filled with sorrow, sparkled with the depths of the ocean. The fisherman was captivated, and in a moment of weakness, he spoke to her. The woman turned, her gaze heavy with grief, but she did not run. Without her sealskin, she was bound to the land, her connection to the sea severed. The fisherman, not understanding the weight of his actions, took her to his home. Over time, she became his wife, and though she smiled and bore him children, her heart remained adrift, longing always for the sea. Years passed, and though the woman was kind and dutiful, her eyes always looked to the horizon. She would stand at the window for hours, watching the waves, listening for the call of the ocean that only she could hear. She loved her husband and children in her way, but it was a love tainted by sadness, for she was not truly free. One day, as their children played by the sea, the woman's youngest stumbled upon something hidden in a crevice of the rocks. It was her sealskin, still soft and damp despite the years it had been hidden away. When the child brought it to her, the woman's heart swelled with both joy and despair. She knew what this meant. The sea was calling her home. That night, while her family slept, the woman slipped from their bed. She kissed her children's foreheads and, with tears in her eyes, whispered a final goodbye to the man who had stolen her heart and her freedom. Clutching the sealskin to her chest, she ran to the shore. As the first rays of dawn touched the sky, she stepped into the waves, her body transforming once again into the sleek, graceful seal she had been born as. But this return to the sea was not a joyful one. She had left pieces of her heart behind on the land, her children, her family. Yet, she had no choice. The pull of the ocean was too strong, and she belonged to it as much as it belonged to her. The fisherman awoke to find her gone, his heart breaking as he realized what he had done. He searched for her along the shore, calling out her name, but she was gone, swallowed by the sea. He would often sit by the water's edge, hoping to catch a glimpse of the seal that had once been his wife. Some say he saw her from time to time, her dark eyes watching him from the waves, but she never came back. Her life in the sea had reclaimed her, leaving him with only memories and the quiet sound of the tide. This story is but one of many, yet they all share the same bittersweet themes. The Selkies, whether they are men or women, are creatures of two worlds, yet belong fully to neither. Their time on land is always temporary, stolen moments of joy and love, always overshadowed by the inevitable return to the sea. The humans they leave behind are left to mourn the loss of a love they could never fully understand, a love that was never theirs to keep. The sea, vast and untamable, is both a sanctuary and a prison for the Selkies. It is where they are truly themselves, but it is also what keeps them from fully embracing the lives they might lead on land. The ocean calls to them, a lullaby that soothes their souls but also pulls them away from the warmth of human connection. They are bound by their nature, just as humans are bound by theirs, and it is this conflict that makes their tales so tragic. The Selkies' enchantment lies not just in their ability to shift between forms, but in the heartbreak they leave behind. Their beauty, their magic, is fleeting, and those who encounter them are left forever changed, longing for something they can never truly have. To love a Selkie is to love the sea itself, beautiful, mysterious, and always just out of reach. And like the waves that rise and fall against the shore, their stories leave an indelible mark, a reminder that some loves are meant to be felt, but never held. In the mist-covered lochs of Scotland, where the waters shimmer like dark glass and the silence is heavy, something ancient stirs just beneath the surface. A ripple breaks the stillness, and for a moment, it seems as if the water itself is alive. Then, from the depths, emerges a creature both beautiful and terrifying, a Kelpie, the water horse. Its black, glossy mane glistens in the dim light, and its eyes shine with an eerie intelligence. Anyone who lays eyes on a Kelpie is struck by its wild, untamed beauty, but there's a shadow that clings to its presence. For as alluring as it may be, the Kelpie is a creature of danger, and those who get too close rarely live to tell the tale. Legends say that Kelpies can take many forms, but their true shape is that of a magnificent horse, often black as the night itself, with a coat that seems to glisten with the dampness of the water. It stands by the edge of the loch, alone, seemingly waiting. The unsuspecting traveler, drawn to its beauty and grace, may approach, thinking they've found a lost or wild horse. But as they reach out to touch it, the Kelpie reveals its true nature. Its skin is cold and slick, like wet leather, and once a hand touches its hide, it's too late. The Kelpie's body becomes as heavy as stone, and its victim finds themselves unable to let go. With a violent jerk, the water horse drags its prey into the depths, the loch swallowing them whole. The water closes over the struggling figure, and silence returns to the loch, as if nothing had ever happened. It's said that the Kelpies are spirits of the water, born from the lochs and rivers of Scotland. Some say they were once gods, now cursed to roam the waters, their anger and hunger eternal. Others believe they are the spirits of the drowned, forever seeking to pull others into the watery grave they themselves could never escape. Whatever their origin, one thing is certain, the Kelpie is not a creature to be trusted. In some stories, the Kelpie can also take human form, often appearing as a handsome man or a beautiful woman, wet and wild, with an aura of mystery that draws people in. Their human form is no less dangerous than their equine one. With eyes that gleam like the surface of the water, they charm and seduce, luring the unwary to the loch's edge. And once their victim is close enough, the Kelpie's true nature reveals itself, pulling them into the depths with the same deadly force as before. But there are few who have outsmarted these water spirits. In one tale, a young man was drawn to a Kelpie in the form of a beautiful horse. As he approached, he noticed something strange, a silver bridle hanging from the creature's head. Knowing the stories, the young man acted quickly, snatching the bridle and placing it over the horse's head. In that moment, the Kelpie became his to command. It bucked and screamed, its eyes wild with fury, but it could not break free. The young man used the Kelpie's power to plow his fields, and for a time, it served him, unable to resist the magic of the bridle. But in the end, even the bravest cannot hold a Kelpie forever. The man, growing tired of its presence and fearful of what it might do if freed, released the creature back to the waters. As it vanished into the loch, it let out a chilling promise of revenge, a vow to return one day and take its due. Other tales speak of the Kelpie's haunting cries on stormy nights, when the wind howls through the valleys and the rain lashes against the windows. It's said that if you hear the wailing of a Kelpie, it's a warning of death. The creature's cries are filled with sorrow, as if lamenting its own cursed existence, but they are also a reminder of the peril it brings. Some villagers, upon hearing the sound, would rush to lock their doors and windows, for fear that the Kelpie might try to enter their homes, dripping with water and hunger. Yet, despite the danger they pose, Kelpies are not always malicious. In rare stories, they are seen as protectors of the water, guarding the lochs from those who would harm them. These tales speak of Kelpies that save children from drowning or warn fishermen of coming storms. But even in these stories, there is always a sense of unease, as if the Kelpie's kindness is a fleeting thing, and one wrong move could awaken the creature's darker side. The most famous of all the Kelpies is perhaps the one that roamed the River Carron. This Kelpie, they say, was larger and more powerful than any other, with a strength that could rival that of 10 men. It terrorized the local villagers for years, dragging people and livestock into the river without mercy. It wasn't until a local blacksmith, a man known for his bravery and cunning, decided to confront the beast that the terror came to an end. The blacksmith, armed with nothing but his hammer and his wit, managed to strike the Kelpie's bridle as it charged at him. The blow broke the creature's power, and it fled into the river, never to be seen again. But the memory of the Kelpie remained, a shadow that hung over the village, reminding them of the lurking danger in the waters. Even today, the stories of the Kelpies live on in Scotland's folklore, a chilling reminder of the forces that once ruled the land and water. The Kelpies are a symbol of the wild, untamable nature of Scotland itself, a land of beauty and danger, where the line between the natural and the supernatural is thin. To see a Kelpie is to witness the power of the ancient world, a power that cannot be controlled or understood. It is a force that commands respect. For those who forget the old stories, those who dare to venture too close to the water's edge, may find themselves pulled into the depths, never to return. In the heart of the Scottish Highlands, where the mountains rise like ancient guardians and the lochs shimmer under the ever-changing skies, a legend lurks beneath the dark waters of Loch Ness. This legend is not merely a tale passed down through generations, it is a heartbeat, a pulse that echoes through time, captivating hearts and igniting imaginations. The Loch Ness Monster, affectionately known as Nessie, has become one of the most famous myths in the world, a creature shrouded in mystery and wonder. The origins of the Loch Ness Monster myth stretch back centuries, intertwining with the rich tapestry of Scottish history and culture. The first recorded sighting of a creature in Loch Ness dates to the 6th century, when St. Columba, a Christian missionary, crossed the loch. According to the tale, he encountered a ferocious beast while trying to bless a man who had been attacked by the monster. Columba is said to have commanded the creature to go back, and miraculously, it obeyed, disappearing into the depths. This encounter was not just a story, it set the stage for a myth that would evolve over the centuries. As time passed, the tales of Nessie grew, transforming into a tapestry of sightings and stories that captured the imagination of locals and visitors alike. In the 1930s, the modern legend of the Loch Ness Monster began to take shape, fueled by photographs and newspaper articles that spread like wildfire. One famous photo, known as the surgeon's photograph, showed a dark shape rising from the water, stirring excitement and speculation. People from all over the world became enthralled, flocking to Loch Ness in search of this elusive creature. It became a symbol of mystery, hope, and the allure of the unknown. Nessie was described in various ways, sometimes as a large, serpent-like creature, other times as a prehistoric monster akin to a plesiosaur. Each description added to the excitement and intrigue surrounding the legend. Children dreamed of spotting the monster while boating on the loch, while adults shared stories over pints in the local pubs. It became part of the cultural identity of the region, a thread woven into the very fabric of Scottish life. The Loch Ness Monster symbolized not just a creature, but the deep connection between people and their land, an embodiment of the ancient magic that still resonates in the Highlands. As the years rolled on, scientific investigations were launched to find Nessie. Submersibles, sonar technology, and even teams of dedicated researchers scoured the loch, hoping to catch a glimpse of the monster or gather evidence of its existence. Yet, time and again, the waters remained elusive, teasing those who sought its secrets. For every hopeful expedition, there were skeptics ready to dismiss the legend as nothing more than a hoax or the product of overactive imaginations. Despite this skepticism, the myth of the Loch Ness Monster endured, evolving alongside advancements in technology and understanding. In the 21st century, the digital age breathed new life into the legend, with social media sharing images, videos, and stories that captured the fascination of a new generation. Nessie became a cultural icon, appearing in movies, merchandise, and even memes. The magic of the Loch Ness Monster continued to inspire creativity and wonder, reminding people that sometimes, belief in the extraordinary can bring joy and connection. But the Loch Ness Monster is more than just a curious myth. It represents something deeper, the longing for the unknown. In a world filled with certainty and technology, the idea of a creature hiding in the depths serves as a reminder that there are still mysteries to uncover. It sparks the imagination and stirs the heart, encouraging people to dream and wonder what lies beyond the horizon. Nessie embodies the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the chase, and the hope of discovery. In many ways, the legend of Nessie transcends the search for a monster. It reflects the spirit of Scotland itself. The Highlands are a land of beauty and contrasts, where ancient castles stand guard over rugged landscapes and stories echo through the valleys. The Loch Ness Monster, nestled within this backdrop, becomes a symbol of the deep connections between people, nature, and myth. It unites locals and tourists, scientists and dreamers, all seeking to capture a piece of the magic that makes Scotland so enchanting. As the sun sets over Loch Ness, casting golden hues across the water, one can almost feel the presence of something ancient and wise lurking beneath the surface. The loch, with its deep, dark waters, holds countless stories waiting to be told. For those who come to witness the mystery, whether in search of the Loch Ness Monster or simply to soak in the beauty of the landscape, the experience is transformative. It becomes a pilgrimage to the heart of Scotland's spirit, a place where dreams and reality intertwine. Each ripple in the water is a whisper of the past, a reminder that the Loch Ness Monster is not just a creature of legend, but a part of the collective soul of Scotland. As night falls, the stars twinkle above like a tapestry of stories waiting to be woven. And in the stillness of the loch, the heartbeat of Nessie continues, echoing through the ages, inviting those who believe to come closer and listen to the ancient song of the waters. In the shadowy embrace of Scotland's ancient forests, where the trees whisper secrets of old and the underbrush teems with life, there lies a world that few can see, a realm of spirits and guardians. Among these beings, the Gilly Dhu stands out as a gentle protector of the woodland. With skin the color of moss and hair like the dark soil, he blends seamlessly into his surroundings, a silent sentinel who watches over the animals and plants alike. The Gilly Dhu is not just a figure of folklore, he embodies the very spirit of the forest. Known to be kind-hearted, he has a deep connection to the land. When the wind rustles the leaves or a gentle rain falls, it is said that he walks among the trees, ensuring that each creature feels safe. Those who have encountered him speak of an overwhelming sense of peace, as if the air itself carries the warmth of his presence. His laughter sounds like the bubbling of a brook, brightening even the darkest corners of the woods. But he is not alone in this sacred duty. Other woodland spirits dwell alongside him, each with their own unique role in nurturing the balance of nature. There are the brownies, small household spirits who help with chores and protect the home, and the sylphs, ethereal beings that dance on the breeze, reminding us of the beauty of the unseen. Each spirit plays a part in the intricate web of life that thrives in the forest, and together they create a world full of wonder. Legends tell of the Gilly Dhu rescuing lost travelers, guiding them safely back to the paths they had strayed from. Picture a weary hiker stumbling through the thick underbrush, fear creeping into their heart as the shadows lengthen. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes brings a pause. The Gilly Dhu, with his reassuring smile, emerges from the foliage, extending a hand like an old friend. With his guidance, the traveler finds their way home, forever touched by the kindness of this woodland guardian. Such stories resonate deeply within the hearts of those who hear them. They speak to a longing for connection, for the understanding that we are not alone in this world. The Gilly Dhu represents the bond between humanity and nature, a reminder that there are spirits who care for the earth and its inhabitants. He embodies the essence of compassion and protection, teaching us that our actions matter and that we must honor the land we tread upon. As the seasons change, so too do the spirits of the forest. In autumn, the Gilly Dhu can be seen preparing for the coming winter, nurturing the last blooms of the year and ensuring that the animals have enough food stored away. He gathers fallen leaves, wrapping them around the roots of the trees, whispering words of encouragement as they prepare to rest. In the stillness of winter, he stands watch, a vigilant figure among the frosted branches, ensuring that life lies dormant but secure. The arrival of spring is a time of celebration, as the Gilly Dhu welcomes new life. Young creatures take their first steps, and buds bloom into vibrant flowers, filling the air with sweet fragrances. He dances among the trees, his laughter echoing in the sunlight, spreading joy to all who enter his woodland. It is a reminder that life is cyclical, that even in darkness, hope always springs anew. But the Gilly Dhu and his fellow spirits face challenges too. As humanity encroaches upon their land, cutting down trees and building homes, the balance of nature is disrupted. The spirits feel the sorrow of the earth, their hearts heavy as the beauty they protect fades away. Yet, despite the struggles, they continue their work, believing in the power of change and the resilience of nature. The Gilly Dhu teaches that even in times of trouble, love and care for the earth can create ripples of healing. The stories of the Gilly Dhu and the woodland spirits remind us of the magic that exists in our world, often overlooked in the hustle and bustle of daily life. They encourage us to step outside, to listen to the rustling leaves, and to feel the cool breeze against our skin. In those moments, we may catch a glimpse of the extraordinary woven into the ordinary. Many who visit the Scottish woodlands feel a sense of awe and respect as they walk among the trees, their hearts open to the possibility of encountering something beyond the material world. Children, with their wide eyes and imaginative spirits, often feel the presence of the Gilly Dhu, believing wholeheartedly in his existence. They skip along the trails, talking to the trees, hoping for a reply. In those moments, the line between reality and myth blurs, and the magic of childhood flourishes. As dusk settles over the forests, the Gilly Dhu's presence becomes more pronounced. The twilight casts long shadows, and the air fills with the sound of chirping crickets. It is a time of transition, a moment when the world seems to hold its breath. People sit quietly, listening to the whispers of the trees and the soft sighs of the earth. They feel the connection to something greater, a sense of belonging in the vastness of the universe. In this stillness, the Gilly Dhu watches, his heart swelling with pride for the beauty that surrounds him. He knows that the spirits of the forest, the trees, the streams, and the animals are all interconnected, and he feels a profound love for each and every one. His duty is not just to protect, but to nurture a bond that transcends time and space, a bond that reminds us we are all guardians of the earth. In a world that often feels disconnected, the tales of the Gilly Dhu and other woodland spirits remind us to pause, reflect, and appreciate the beauty around us. They invite us to reconnect with nature, to listen to its songs, and to honor the spirits that dwell within. As we walk through the forests, may we carry the spirit of the Gilly Dhu in our hearts, honoring the guardians of the woods and recognizing the magic that lies just beneath the surface. In every rustle of leaves and every dance of sunlight through the trees, there is a reminder that we are never alone and that love and care for our planet can inspire even the faintest glimmer of hope. In the quiet corners of old Scottish homes, where the warmth of a fire crackles and the scent of baked bread fills the air, there lives a spirit known as the brownie. These little beings are not just figments of folklore, they are kind-hearted helpers, offering their assistance in exchange for respect and care. With a soft touch, they transform mundane tasks into something magical, creating a bond between the household and the unseen world. The brownies are small, often described as no taller than a child's knee, with earthy tones that blend seamlessly into their surroundings. They possess an innate curiosity, peeking out from under beds or behind furniture, watching the daily lives of the families they choose to help. Unlike the fierce and fearsome spirits of legend, brownies are gentle creatures who prefer to work in silence, leaving behind the results of their labor as their only acknowledgement. Families often tell tales of how these helpful spirits would come to their aid in times of need. Picture a weary mother, burdened with chores after a long day, her children restless and demanding attention. As she sits down to catch her breath, she hears the soft sound of movement. The dishes in the sink begin to wash themselves, the floor is swept, and the laundry folded neatly. In awe, she looks around, realizing that the brownie has been working quietly to lighten her load. But the brownies are not to be taken for granted. They have a distinct sense of fairness, responding to kindness with kindness and to neglect or disrespect with mischief. When treated with love and gratitude, they flourish, filling the home with warmth and joy. But if a family forgets to leave out a small offering or speaks unkindly, the brownie may take offense, leading to misplaced items, squeaky doors, and other small annoyances. The lessons they impart are simple yet profound: show respect, and you will receive it in return. One particularly poignant tale speaks of a brownie who lived in a small cottage on the edge of a village. The family who owned the cottage had always treated him well, leaving out milk and bread as offerings. In return, he ensured that their home was always clean, and their garden flourished. However, when a new family moved into the cottage and neglected the brownie's needs, strange happenings began to occur. The children's toys went missing, and the garden that once bloomed vibrantly wilted. One night, desperate to find a solution, the family gathered around the fire and spoke of the brownie. They shared stories of his kindness, remembering how he had made their lives easier. They decided to bake a special cake and place it by the hearth as a way of saying sorry. With sincere hearts, they called out to him, asking for his forgiveness and promising to honor his presence in their home. The next morning, they awoke to the delightful scent of freshly baked bread. As they entered the kitchen, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away: the brownie had returned. The home was tidy, and in the garden, flowers were blooming once more, vibrant and full of life. The children cheered, and the family felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude wash over them. They learned that the bond with the brownie was not merely transactional, it was built on mutual respect and appreciation. These stories are woven into the fabric of Scottish life, passed down from generation to generation. They serve as gentle reminders of the importance of kindness and humility. In a world that often feels hurried and demanding, the tales of the brownies encourage us to slow down and appreciate the little things. Leaving out a bit of milk or a sweet treat may seem small, but it can foster a deep connection that brings joy into our lives. Children especially find joy in the tales of brownies. The idea that tiny spirits are watching over them, eager to help with their chores, ignites their imagination. As they grow, they learn to treat others with respect, carrying the lessons of the brownies into their own lives. The idea that kindness can create magic becomes a cherished belief, shaping their interactions with the world around them. As dusk settles in, the atmosphere becomes infused with a sense of mystery and wonder. Families often tell stories about how the brownies come alive at night, working in the shadows while everyone else sleeps. They can almost be seen flitting from room to room, their laughter echoing softly through the halls. This enchanting image brings warmth to hearts and creates a sense of comfort that lingers long after the tales are told. In the countryside, where the stars twinkle brightly and the moon casts a silvery glow, the brownies are said to gather in the woods, celebrating their connection to the earth. They dance among the trees, singing songs of old, thanking the land for the bounty it provides. This image of unity and celebration serves as a powerful reminder of our shared responsibility to honor the world we inhabit. Yet, as the world changes, the presence of the brownies feels more important than ever. In our fast-paced lives, it's easy to forget the magic of simple kindness. The brownies urge us to slow down, to cherish the moments spent with loved ones, and to respect the spaces we call home. They are the guardians of tradition, urging us to hold on to what matters, reminding us that the smallest gestures can have the most profound impact. In every creak of the floorboards, and every flicker of candlelight, the spirit of the brownie lingers, whispering tales of warmth and generosity. They teach us that our homes are not just physical spaces, but living entities filled with energy and emotion. Each act of kindness sends ripples through this energy, creating a nurturing environment where love can thrive. For those who choose to honor the brownies, they become more than just stories, they become a part of the family. Their presence is felt in every shared meal and every laugh that echoes through the halls. They remind us that even the smallest of beings can hold the greatest power and that every act of kindness has the potential to create a beautiful tapestry of life.
As you sit quietly in your home, listen closely. You may just hear the soft whispers of the brownie, reminding you to show appreciation, to care for one another, and to always keep the spirit of kindness alive. These little guardians of the household teach us that love is the greatest magic of all, weaving connections that span generations and fill our lives with heartwarming stories that resonate with truth. In the hushed corners of the Scottish Highlands, where the mist swirls around ancient stones and the air hums with the echoes of the past, lies a mysterious place known as the Otherworld. It is a land that exists just beyond the veil of our reality, where time flows differently and the line between life and death blurs into a beautiful tapestry of wonder and sorrow. This is not merely a destination for the departed. It is a realm filled with dreams, memories, and connections that never truly fade. The Otherworld is often described as a breathtaking landscape, shimmering with vibrant colors and light. It is said to be a place where the sun always shines, and the air is filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Rivers of crystal-clear water flow through lush meadows, and trees laden with golden fruit provide sustenance for the souls that dwell there. It is a paradise, but not just for those who have passed on. It is a home for heroes and spirits, a sanctuary where the brave find peace and the weary are healed. In Scottish lore, the Otherworld is not just a final resting place. It is also a space of reunion and hope. It is believed that when a loved one passes away, their spirit embarks on a journey to this mystical land. Here, they are free from pain and suffering, surrounded by those they cherished in life. Families often find comfort in the belief that their departed ones are never truly gone. Instead, they live on in the Otherworld, watching over the living and nurturing a bond that cannot be broken. One heartwarming tale tells of a grieving widow who wandered into the hills after losing her husband. In her sorrow, she stumbled upon a hidden glen where the air sparkled with magic. There, she felt a gentle warmth enveloping her, and in that moment, she saw her husband, young and radiant, standing before her. He smiled and reached out his hand, inviting her to join him in the Otherworld. Though she longed to go with him, she knew her time had not yet come. Instead, he whispered words of love and reassurance, promising to always be with her, no matter the distance. This powerful connection between the living and the dead resonates deeply in the hearts of those who believe. The Otherworld is a reminder that love transcends even the boundaries of life and death. It teaches us that our loved ones are never truly lost. They exist in a different form, watching over us and guiding us through the trials of life. This belief brings solace to those left behind, wrapping them in a comforting embrace of hope. The Celtic Otherworld is also a realm of transformation. Souls journey here to reflect on their lives, to learn, and to grow. It is a place where past mistakes can be reconciled, where old wounds can be healed. The beauty of this realm lies in its ability to offer peace and understanding, allowing spirits to shed the burdens they carried in life. The Otherworld is a classroom for the soul, a sanctuary where wisdom flourishes and every experience contributes to the greater tapestry of existence. In Scottish tales, the Otherworld is often depicted as a land of heroes and mythical figures. Great warriors and noble queens inhabit its lush landscapes, their legacies living on in the hearts of those who remember their stories. It is a realm where bravery is celebrated, where battles fought and victories won are honored in an eternal feast. Imagine the joy of these spirits as they gather around a great table, sharing tales of courage and love, laughter echoing in the air like music. In the Otherworld, every story matters, and every life is cherished. As twilight descends upon the Highlands, families often gather to tell tales of their ancestors, invoking their spirits to join in the remembrance. These moments are sacred, filled with reverence and love. Candles flicker softly, casting warm light that dances across the faces of those gathered, creating an atmosphere of connection that stretches across generations. In these intimate gatherings, the living celebrate the lives of their departed, keeping their memories alive, honoring their journeys, and feeling the presence of their spirits guiding them through life. The journey to the otherworld is often depicted as a crossing over water. In many legends, a river or a lake serves as the threshold between this world and the next. Souls are said to be ferried across, guided by mystical beings or the gentle hands of those they loved. This crossing symbolizes the transition from the physical to the spiritual, from the known to the unknown. It is a powerful reminder that every ending is also a beginning, and that the journey of the soul continues beyond the confines of our earthly existence. In these stories, the water serves as a metaphor for life itself, sometimes calm and serene, at other times turbulent and wild. Just as the water reflects the sky above, our lives are shaped by our experiences, our joys, and our sorrows. The otherworld embraces all of this, weaving it into a rich tapestry that celebrates the complexity of existence. It teaches us that every emotion is valid and that each moment, whether filled with laughter or tears, contributes to the beautiful journey of being human. As the night deepens and stars sprinkle the sky, the stories of the otherworld remind us of the connections we hold dear. They echo the importance of family, love, and the enduring bond between the living and the dead. These tales, filled with wonder and emotion, teach us to cherish every moment, to honor those who have come before us, and to find strength in our connections. The Celtic otherworld is a beacon of hope, a reminder that love is eternal, and that even in death, we are never truly alone. The legacy of the otherworld lingers in the hearts of those who believe, infusing their lives with a sense of purpose and connection. In the quiet moments of reflection, when the world seems to stand still, one can almost hear the whispers of the departed, reminding us to embrace life fully, to love fiercely, and to carry the lessons of the past into the future. The otherworld, with its beauty and mystery, remains a cherished part of Scottish lore, guiding us through the shadows and into the light. In the misty glens and hidden valleys of Scotland, a world shimmers just beyond our sight, a world filled with magic, wonder, and enchantment. It is the realm of the city, where fairies flit through the air, their laughter echoing like the tinkling of tiny bells. This is a land where the ordinary meets the extraordinary, a place where the fabric of reality intertwines with dreams. The fairies of the city are not just creatures of whimsy, they are powerful beings, guardians of nature, and influences in the lives of mortals. The city, often described as beautiful and ethereal, are beings of light, their very essence shimmering with the colors of the dawn. They dwell in hills, mounds, and even the shadows of ancient trees. To catch a glimpse of them is a rare and wondrous thing, for they are known to be elusive, appearing only to those with pure hearts or those in desperate need. When the sun sets and the world dims, the city come alive.
A chilling tale tells of a young hunter named Ewan. Ewan was known throughout his village for his bravery and skill. He roamed the hills, bow in hand, dreaming of adventure and glory. One fateful night, as the moon hung low and the stars twinkled like diamonds in the dark sky, Ewan heard the distant sound of hooves and a wild, haunting call that echoed through the valleys. He felt a pull in his heart, an irresistible urge to chase the sound and see what lay beyond the horizon. Ignoring the warnings of the villagers, Ewan ventured into the night. The air was thick with mystery, and a sense of danger prickled at the back of his neck. As he climbed the ridge, he caught sight of the wild hunt, a magnificent yet terrifying spectacle. He watched in awe as the ghostly figures raced across the sky, their laughter mingling with the wind, creating a melody that stirred something deep within him. Transfixed, Ewan felt a rush of excitement. He raised his bow, ready to join the hunt, believing it to be a chance to prove his worth. But in that moment of ambition, a dark shadow fell over him. The spectral leader turned, his glowing eyes locking onto Ewan's gaze. Time seemed to freeze as their eyes met, and in that fleeting instant, Ewan realized the truth. The wild hunt was not merely an adventure, it was a call to the dead. Suddenly, a deep sense of dread washed over him. The hunt was not for the living, but a gathering of souls lost and longing for the life they once knew. Ewan's heart raced, and he understood that to join them would mean abandoning his own life, surrendering to the darkness that awaited. The desire for glory evaporated, replaced by a longing to return to his home, to his family, to the warmth of the hearth and the laughter of his loved ones. With every ounce of willpower, he turned away from the hunt, racing down the hill, heart pounding in his chest. The spectral riders thundered past, their laughter echoing like a distant memory, but Ewan felt the weight of their gaze on his back. He ran as fast as he could, fueled by fear and love, the two forces battling within him. Finally, he reached his village, breathless and trembling, the haunting sounds fading into the night. The air grew still, and Ewan knew he had escaped the fate that awaited those who heeded the call of the wild hunt. From that day on, Ewan became a guardian of the stories, sharing his tale with anyone willing to listen. He warned of the specter in the night, urging others to cherish the life they had and to honor the memories of those who had gone. The wild hunt was not merely a spectacle, it was a reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of embracing the moments we have. As generations passed, the legend of the wild hunt continued to weave through the hearts of the Scottish people. Each stormy night, when the winds whipped through the trees and the skies darkened, they remembered Ewan's tale. They listened for the sound of hooves and the distant laughter, not with fear, but with respect. It became a tradition to gather in homes, sharing stories, and singing songs of courage and love, celebrating life while acknowledging the mystery that awaited beyond. The wild hunt became a powerful symbol of connection, a bridge between the living and the spirits that came before. It taught the people to embrace their fears, to honor their ancestors, and to find strength in community. In times of hardship, they would remind each other of the hunt, understanding that, while life was unpredictable and fleeting, love and memory would always endure. As twilight falls, and the wind whispers secrets through the trees, the people of Scotland still watch the skies with a sense of reverence. They know that the wild hunt may return, a reminder that life is a precious gift and that the bonds of love, friendship, and family will always transcend the boundaries of time and space. The haunting calls of the spectral hunt echo in their hearts, a dance of life and death, a celebration of all that is and all that was. And in the warmth of their homes, they carry the spirit of the wild hunt, ensuring that the stories of the past continue to inspire and uplift generations to come. In the quiet corners of the ancient Scottish woods, where the air hangs heavy with the scent of moss and the whisper of the wind, stories of the Druids come alive. These mysterious figures, cloaked in the mist of time, were the keepers of ancient knowledge, guardians of sacred traditions, and the link between the earthly realm and the spiritual world. Their very presence evokes a sense of wonder and reverence, like a soft glow illuminating the darkness of history. The Druids were more than mere priests. They were the heart of their communities, wise men and women who possessed the ability to see beyond the ordinary. They understood the language of nature, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet and listening to the rustling leaves as if they were hearing the voices of their ancestors. In a time when the world was steeped in magic, the Druids were the bridge that connected the living with the spirit world. They carried the weight of knowledge, passing down wisdom from generation to generation, ensuring that the hearts of the people remained connected to the essence of life itself. As the seasons changed, the Druids held ceremonies that marked the cycles of life. During the winter solstice, when the days were shortest and the nights were long, they gathered around sacred fires. The flames danced and flickered, casting shadows that seemed to tell stories of the past. The Druids would chant incantations, their voices rising with the smoke, reaching out to the spirits of the ancestors, seeking guidance and strength. It was a time for reflection and renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light would return. One particular story shines through the fog of time, a tale of a young Druid named Aine. She was known for her deep connection with nature, her green eyes reflecting the lush landscapes around her. Aine possessed a gift for healing, using the herbs and plants of the forest to mend both physical wounds and the aching hearts of her people. Her gentle spirit drew many to her, and her wisdom was sought by those who faced hardship. One day, a terrible illness swept through her village, leaving families in despair. Mothers wept for their children, and fathers felt powerless as their loved ones suffered. Aine's heart ached as she watched the pain unfold around her. Driven by love and compassion, she ventured deep into the woods, seeking the ancient spirits for help. She believed that the trees held answers, their roots entwined with the wisdom of the ages. As she walked, the sun filtered through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. She reached a sacred grove, where the trees stood tall like sentinels, guarding secrets from centuries past. Kneeling on the soft earth, Ain closed her eyes and listened. A voice, soft yet powerful, whispered through the rustling branches, revealing the healing properties of a rare flower that bloomed only in the heart of the forest. Their gatherings are said to be filled with music, dance, and laughter that can draw even the most hardened heart into their magical embrace. Stories of these fairies often carry a sense of awe and caution. For while they can bring joy and blessings, they can also bring mischief and misfortune. Local lore warns of the dangers of crossing paths with them, for to disrespect a fairy is to invite chaos into one's life. A simple act, such as stepping on a flower in their realm or speaking ill of their kind, could lead to unexpected consequences. Tales abound of farmers whose crops failed after angering the city, or children who went missing, only to return with tales of wild revelries in fairy circles. One of the most touching stories comes from a small village where a young girl named Kelpie lived. Kelpie had a heart as kind as the spring flowers, always helping her neighbors and caring for the animals around her. One evening, while wandering in the woods, she stumbled upon a circle of delicate white flowers bathed in silver light. Intrigued, she stepped closer, feeling an irresistible pull toward the magical scene. Suddenly, the air thickened with laughter, and fairies emerged from the flowers, their wings shimmering like dew-kissed petals. Instead of fleeing in fear, Kelpie approached them with wonder. The fairies, sensing her genuine spirit, invited her into their circle. They danced and sang, and in that moment, Kelpie felt an overwhelming sense of joy and belonging. She was filled with a warmth that seemed to light up her very soul. The fairies, delighted by her kindness, bestowed upon her a gift, the ability to heal the sick and mend broken hearts. From that day forward, Kelpie used her gift to help her village. Those who were ill found comfort in her presence, and her gentle touch brought laughter back to many homes. The village thrived under her care, and as word spread, people traveled from far and wide to seek her aid. In return, Kelpie never forgot the fairies. She would often leave small offerings of honey and bread at the edge of the woods, a tribute to the magical beings who had changed her life. But the realm of the city is not merely a place of joy and wonder, it also serves as a reminder of the delicate balance between the human world and nature. The fairies are deeply connected to the land, and their moods reflect the health of the environment. When the seasons change and the earth flourishes, the fairies are said to be in high spirits, dancing in the fields and blessing the harvest. But when pollution, greed, or neglect harm the land, the fairies retreat, leaving behind silence and sorrow. A powerful tale illustrates this connection. Once, a greedy lord sought to expand his estate by cutting down ancient trees that had stood for centuries. He ignored the warnings of the villagers, who spoke of the fairies living among the roots. The lord believed only in gold and power, dismissing their fears as old wives' tales. As he ordered his men to fell the trees, a great storm arose, dark clouds swirling overhead, echoing the anger of the fairies. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The lord's men fled in fear, but he stood his ground, determined to continue his conquest. Just then, the ground trembled, and from the earth emerged the fierce spirits of the city. With eyes like glowing embers, they cast their spells upon the Lord, transforming his riches into dust and his lands into barren wastelands. The Lord, once filled with pride, found himself alone and impoverished, realizing too late the power of the realm he had disrespected. The stories of the fairies remind us of the profound connection between humanity and nature. They serve as guardians, whispering to us to cherish the earth and treat it with respect. The realm of the city encourages us to listen, to the wind rustling through the trees, the babbling of a brook, and the songs of birds. In these sounds, we can find echoes of the fairies, guiding us toward harmony and balance. As the moon rises over the hills, casting silvery light on the landscape, many believe that if one listens closely, they can hear the distant sounds of fairy laughter, beckoning us to remember the magic that exists in everyday life. The city inspires us to embrace wonder and innocence, to keep the childlike curiosity alive in our hearts. While the world can often feel harsh and unforgiving, the presence of the fairies offers hope and reminds us that there is beauty in the unseen. They encourage us to celebrate the small joys, a blooming flower, a gentle breeze, a shared smile. These moments, like the flicker of a fairy's wing, can illuminate even the darkest days. In a world that sometimes feels too busy and chaotic, the stories of the city offer us a chance to reconnect with the magic around us. They urge us to slow down, to step outside and breathe in the fresh air, to marvel at the stars that twinkle above, and to acknowledge the enchantment that flows through nature. Every tree, every stream, and every whispering breeze carries the essence of the fairies, inviting us to see the beauty in the world. The realm of the city is a gentle reminder that magic is not merely a fantasy, it exists in our hearts and in the world around us. The fairies teach us that love, kindness, and respect can create ripples of change, transforming our lives and the lives of those around us. In every act of compassion, in every moment of connection, we weave the threads of our own magical story. And like Kelpie, we can choose to honor the fairies, keeping the spirit of wonder alive for generations to come. On stormy nights, when the wind howls and the clouds swirl like a tempest, the people of Scotland speak in hushed tones about a haunting spectacle that fills the skies. They call it the Wild Hunt. This is not just a myth, it is an ancient tale woven into the fabric of Scottish culture, filled with mystery, fear, and a sense of wonder. The sight of ghostly figures riding through the heavens, pursued by spectral hounds, sends shivers down the spine and ignites the imagination. The Wild Hunt is said to be led by a fearsome figure, a hunter cloaked in darkness, his eyes glowing like embers in the night. This spectral leader, sometimes believed to be a god or a fallen warrior, commands a host of ghostly riders, their silhouettes barely visible against the swirling storm. As they gallop across the heavens, the sound of hooves echoes through the air, a haunting rhythm that stirs the soul. It is said that the air grows colder, and a sense of foreboding blankets the land when the Wild Hunt passes overhead. For centuries, stories have been passed down through generations about the nature of this spectral hunt. Some say it is a warning of impending doom, a sign that the spirits of the restless dead are searching for something lost. Others believe it is a call to the brave, a chance for the courageous to join the hunt and seek glory in the afterlife. The Wild Hunt embodies the very essence of life and death, a dance between the mortal realm and the great unknown beyond. With renewed determination, Ain set off to find the flower. The journey was not easy, thorns and brambles reached out like fingers, trying to pull her back. Yet, she pressed on, fueled by the hope of saving her village. After what felt like an eternity, she stumbled upon a glade filled with the shimmering petals of the elusive flower. Its fragrance filled the air, intoxicating and pure. Gathering the flowers in her arms, Ain raced back to the village. Her heart soared with the possibility of healing those she loved. She spent days crafting potions and salves, pouring her heart into each creation. When the sun rose on the fourth day, she gathered the villagers, her hands trembling with excitement and fear. Would they trust her? Would her efforts be enough? As she distributed the healing remedies, a spark of hope ignited in the hearts of the villagers. They took the potions and applied the salves, praying for strength. Ain stood among them, watching with bated breath. Days passed, and slowly, one by one, the sick began to recover. Laughter returned to the village, and joy filled the air once more. The darkness that had loomed over them began to fade, replaced by the light of hope. The villagers, overwhelmed with gratitude, honored Ain as a true Druid, a guardian of their spirit. They celebrated with music, dancing under the stars, their hearts filled with joy and appreciation for the gift of life. Ain understood then that her role was not just to heal the body but to nurture the soul. She had bridged the gap between the earth and the heavens, embodying the very essence of what it meant to be a Druid. As time passed, the stories of the Druids and their sacred knowledge spread like wildflowers across the land. They became legends, their teachings woven into the fabric of Scottish culture. The whispers of the past echoed through the trees, reminding the people of the strength that lay within them, the importance of harmony with nature, and the bonds of community. In every clearing, in every grove, the spirit of the Druids lives on. They are not merely figures of the past, they are the embodiment of wisdom, compassion, and the understanding that we are all connected. Their teachings remind us that, even in our darkest moments, there is light and love to be found in the world around us. As the seasons change and the winds whisper through the trees, the legacy of the Druids continues to inspire those who seek knowledge, guidance, and healing. Their presence lingers in the hearts of those who cherish the ancient wisdom, inviting us to look within ourselves and remember the magic that lies in our connection to nature and each other. The Druids may have walked the earth centuries ago, but their spirit endures, lighting the way for those who dare to listen. In the heart of Scotland, where the earth meets the sky and the air is thick with stories of old, stand the magnificent standing stones. These ancient sentinels, like the Cailleach stones, rise majestically from the land, their rough surfaces weathered by time, yet sturdy and unyielding. As twilight descends and the sun dips below the horizon, a magical atmosphere envelopes the stones, inviting you to listen to the whispers of the past. Each stone holds a piece of history, a memory etched in rock, waiting to be discovered by those who are willing to feel. Legends abound about these sacred sites, speaking of their mystical power and the rituals that took place beneath the wide-open sky. The air hums with energy, especially during the solstices and equinoxes when the sun aligns perfectly with the stones, casting long shadows and bathing everything in golden light. It is said that those who stand among the stones can feel the pull of ancient spirits, guiding them and offering wisdom from a time long forgotten. One such tale centers around a young woman named Ira, whose heart was as wild as the winds that danced across the moors. Ira grew up listening to stories of the Cailleach stones from her grandmother, who spoke of their power with wide, shining eyes. The old woman would say, "These stones are not just rock, they are the memory of our people. They are the bridge between the living and the spirit world." Ira felt the weight of those words as she wandered the hills, her spirit yearning for adventure and connection to something greater than herself. As Ira came of age, a shadow fell over her village. A harsh winter had gripped the land, and food became scarce. Families struggled to survive, and a sense of hopelessness settled like fog over the community. The elders held council, their brows furrowed with worry. They spoke of the old ways, of the blessings that could be sought from the standing stones, but many were hesitant to believe in the power of legends in such desperate times. Ira, however, felt a fire ignite within her. She believed in the stones and their magic, and she was determined to seek their help. One cold evening, with the wind biting at her skin, Ira set out for the stones. As she climbed the hill, the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. When she reached the Cailleach stones, the world fell silent. She stood in awe, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down around her. The stones seemed to pulse with energy, calling to her, urging her to listen. With a heart full of hope, Ira placed her hands upon the cool, ancient stone, feeling a surge of warmth flow through her fingers. "Great spirits of the stones," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I come to you in need. My people suffer, and I seek your guidance. Show us the way." The wind swirled around her, carrying her words into the night sky. She closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the moment, allowing the energy of the stones to envelop her. Suddenly, a vision washed over her. Ira found herself standing in a lush, green valley, filled with vibrant flowers and thriving crops. The laughter of children rang out like music, and the faces of her friends and family lit up with joy. In that moment, she understood. The stones were not just about the past, they were about hope for the future. They held the promise of abundance, the assurance that the earth would provide if only they could remember their connection to it. With renewed determination, Ira returned to her village and shared her vision. She spoke of the power of the stones, urging everyone to come together for a ceremony at the Cailleach stones during the next full moon. Some were skeptical, but Ira's passion was infectious. Slowly, the villagers began to believe, and the excitement grew. On the night of the full moon, the villagers gathered at the stones, lanterns flickering in the twilight. The air was thick with anticipation as Ira stood before the ancient stones, her heart pounding in rhythm with the drums beating in the background. She led the people in a ritual, invoking the spirits of the stones and asking for their blessing. The energy in the air crackled, and the villagers felt it, a warmth that filled them with hope and unity. As they danced around the stones, a profound change began to stir within the hearts of the people. Laughter and joy replaced the sorrow that had gripped them for so long. They felt their bond with the land grow stronger, a realization that they were never alone, that they were a part of something greater, woven into the very fabric of nature. Days passed, and soon after the ceremony, a warm breeze swept across the land, melting the snow that had held them captive for so long. The ground began to awaken, revealing the rich soil beneath. Crops sprouted from the earth, and life returned to the valley. The villagers marveled at the transformation, understanding that their faith and unity had awakened the power of the stones. Ira became a beacon of hope for her people, a reminder of the strength that lies in believing. The Cailleach stones stood witness to their resilience, their unwavering spirit. They were not just stones, they were the heart of the community, a symbol of their connection to the earth and each other. As time went on, the stories of Ira and the Standing Stones became legend, passed down through generations. People from near and far would come to visit the Cailleach stones, seeking solace, wisdom, and a deeper connection to the world around them. Each visitor felt the pull of the past and the promise of the future, understanding that the stones held more than just history, they held the essence of life itself. In the twilight of every evening, as the sun set behind the hills, the Standing Stones continued to watch over the land, their silent strength a reminder that even in the darkest times, hope can rise anew. The air still hums with energy, and the whispers of the past can be heard in the rustling leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. Each stone stands tall, a testament to the power of belief, community, and the enduring magic of the earth. In the quiet of the night, when the moon hangs low and the shadows stretch long, a haunting wail fills the air, echoing through the hills and valleys of Scotland. This eerie sound, often mistaken for the wind, is the mournful cry of the banshee. A figure wrapped in mystery and sorrow, the banshee is more than just a ghostly apparition, she is a harbinger of death, a weeping spirit who carries the weight of grief on her shoulders. Legends tell of her ethereal beauty, with long flowing hair and a face both striking and sorrowful. Dressed in a flowing gown that seems to shimmer in the moonlight, she wanders the landscape, her tears falling like rain. Those who hear her lament know that she comes to foretell the passing of a loved one, a fate that no one can escape. The banshee's wail is not a cry of malice, it is a warning, a chance for families to prepare for the inevitable loss that is to come. One such story unfolds in a small village nestled among the rugged hills of Scotland. There lived a young man named Alistair, known for his laughter and bright spirit. He had a kind heart and was beloved by all in the village. His days were filled with joy, running through the fields and climbing the hills with his friends. But as the seasons changed, so did the air around him. A heaviness hung over the village, and the once vibrant laughter began to fade. One fateful night, as Alistair sat on his porch, the sky painted in hues of purple and gold, he heard it, the unmistakable wail of the banshee. It cut through the stillness like a knife, sending chills down his spine. The sound was haunting, full of sorrow and longing, and he felt a deep sadness wash over him. He remembered the stories his grandmother told him about the banshee, how her cries signaled the passing of someone dear. Though fear crept into his heart, he tried to shake off the feeling, telling himself it was just a tale meant to frighten children. But the very next day, tragedy struck. Alistair's beloved grandmother fell gravely ill, her once vibrant spirit dimming before his eyes. He rushed to her side, clinging to the warmth of her hand, wishing with all his heart that he could trade places with her. Each day she grew weaker, and each night he heard the banshee's mournful wail echoing in the distance, a constant reminder of the fate that loomed ever closer. He could feel the weight of despair settling over him, and he struggled to hold on to hope. As the days turned into nights, Alistair spent every moment by his grandmother's side. He shared stories of his childhood, reminiscing about the adventures they had together. He could see the flicker of recognition in her eyes, and it gave him strength. But deep down, he knew the truth. The banshee's wail was growing louder, wrapping itself around his heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Alistair felt a shift in the air. The banshee's cry rang out, sharper and more distinct than before. It was as if the world had fallen silent, holding its breath. In that moment, he understood. The banshee was not just a warning, she was a reminder of love, loss, and the fragile nature of life. With tears streaming down his face, Alistair made a promise to his grandmother. "I will remember you," he whispered, his voice breaking. "You will live on in my heart, and I will carry your spirit with me." As the words left his lips, the banshee's wail faded into the night, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace. It was a moment of clarity, a connection to something deeper than fear. He knew that while death would take her from this world, the love they shared would transcend time and space. That night, Alistair sat by his grandmother's side, holding her frail hand in his. As he watched her take her final breath, he felt the warmth of her spirit envelop him. It was as if the banshee herself had come to guide her home, to comfort her in the journey to the next life. The tears flowed freely, but they were no longer tears of despair. They were tears of love, a bittersweet acknowledgement of the cycle of life. The village mourned her passing, but Alistair found solace in the memories they had created together. He realized that the banshee's wail was not meant to instill fear, but to remind the living of the beauty in life, the importance of cherishing each moment. He learned that love is eternal, and even though his grandmother was gone, her spirit would forever be a part of him. In the following weeks, Alistair shared his story with the villagers, encouraging them to embrace the love they had for one another. He spoke of the banshee not as a figure of dread, but as a symbol of connection between the living and the departed. He wanted everyone to know that while death is a part of life, it is the love we share that truly matters. As time passed, Alistair grew into a man, carrying his grandmother's spirit with him wherever he went. The banshee's wail became a reminder, not of sorrow, but of the strength of family and the bonds that tie us together. He would often stand on his porch, looking out over the hills, listening for her voice in the wind, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. Generations later, the stories of the banshee lived on, passed down through the village. People began to speak of her with reverence, understanding that her cries were not to be feared, but to be embraced as part of the natural order. They learned to honor their loved ones, to celebrate their lives rather than dwell on their passing. In the quiet of the night, when the moon is bright and the air is still, if you listen closely, you can hear her wail, a sound filled with both sadness and hope. It is the voice of the banshee, reminding us that while life is fleeting, love endures. She is the weeping spirit who teaches us to cherish every moment, to hold our loved ones close, and to understand that even in death, we are never truly alone. At the edge of a quiet river, where the water flows softly over smooth stones, there is a chilling story whispered among the villagers. They say that on certain nights, when the moon hangs high and the world is wrapped in darkness, you might hear the sound of water splashing and the soft lament of a woman. This is the Beenai, the washerwoman of death, a figure draped in mystery and sorrow, whose presence sends shivers down the spines of those who dare to listen. Legends tell of her haunting beauty, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like shadows spilling into the night. Clad in a tattered gown that drips with the river's mist, she stands by the water's edge, washing blood-stained clothes. The garments she scrubs are not just any clothes, they are the very ones worn by those who are fated to die. With each splash and scrub, she reveals the grim truth that the river will soon carry another soul away from this world. In a small village, nestled among the hills, there lived a young woman named Fiana. She was known for her bright smile and laughter that could light up even the darkest days. Fiana was the heart of her community, always ready to lend a hand or share a kind word. Yet, as much as she loved her village, a shadow loomed over her life, a sense of unease that settled in her heart, growing heavier as time went on. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, Fiana decided to take a walk by the river. The sky was painted with hues of orange and purple, and the gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of wildflowers. But as she approached the water, a chill swept through the air. She felt it deep in her bones, a warning, perhaps, of what was to come. As she walked along the bank, Fiana spotted a figure in the distance. The woman was hunched over, her hands moving rhythmically in the water. The sound of splashing caught Fiona's attention, pulling her closer. Against her better judgment, curiosity urged her forward, and she approached the mysterious figure. The Bean-Nye looked up, her eyes reflecting the light of the moon. Fiona was captivated and terrified all at once. The woman's face was worn, her features marked by sorrow that seemed to span centuries. Fiona felt a wave of sadness wash over her, as if the very essence of loss clung to the air around them. "Why do you wash those clothes?" Fiona asked, her voice trembling. "What do they mean?" The washerwoman paused, her gaze piercing into Fiona's soul. "These clothes belong to those who are about to meet their end," she replied, her voice echoing like a distant memory. "I wash away their blood and prepare them for the journey beyond." Fiona felt her heart race. "Is it true? Do you truly know when someone will die?" The Bean-Nye nodded solemnly, her hands continuing their relentless work. "Every drop of water carries the weight of fate. Those who hear my splashes must take heed. Death is a path we all must walk, but not everyone sees it coming." A shiver ran down Fiona's spine. She had heard tales of the washerwoman, spoken in hushed tones by the fireside. Some dismissed her as mere folklore, while others believed she was a grim omen. The reality of her presence was now undeniable. Feeling an inexplicable connection, Fiona stepped closer, her heart heavy with empathy for the sorrowful figure. "Is there nothing that can be done?" she asked softly. "Can't you save them?" The Bean-Nye paused once more, her expression softening. "I am but a washerwoman," she replied. "It is not my place to change fate. I can only prepare those who must depart. But I do this with love, for each soul carries a story worth telling." Fiona's heart ached at the thought of all the lives that would soon be touched by death, each person holding memories and dreams that would fade into the ether. "What can I do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is there any way to help?" The Bean-Nye's gaze shifted to the river, the water swirling in a dance that seemed almost alive. "Honor those you love," she said. "Cherish every moment, for time is fleeting. The greatest gift you can give is your presence, your love, and your memories." As the washerwoman continued her work, Fiona found herself lost in thought. The words resonated within her, a reminder that life is both fragile and precious. She felt an overwhelming desire to connect with those she held dear, to celebrate their existence and the love they shared. The night wore on, and Fiona reluctantly turned to leave, knowing she could not linger by the river forever. Before she walked away, she turned back to the Bean-Nye. "Thank you," she said, her heart full of gratitude. "I will remember your words." The washerwoman smiled faintly, a glimmer of hope lighting her weary eyes. "Carry the light of love in your heart, and it will guide you through the darkness." Days turned into weeks, and the chilling encounter began to fade from Fiona's mind. Life continued in the village, but the memory of the Bean-Nye lingered in her heart. Inspired by the washerwoman's message, Fiona made it her mission to cherish the moments she had with her loved ones. She organized gatherings, shared stories, and laughed until her sides ached. She poured her heart into the people around her, creating memories that would stand the test of time. But one fateful night, as the village prepared for a celebration under the stars, a storm rolled in, dark clouds swallowing the moonlight. The winds howled, and rain poured down in sheets. Fiona's heart raced as she rushed to help prepare the festivities, her joy turning to worry as the storm raged on. As the night wore on, the storm grew fiercer. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the village, and Fiona's heart sank. She ran outside to find chaos, trees uprooted, debris scattered, and villagers rushing to seek shelter. It was a night of panic, but Fiona remained focused on helping her neighbors, ensuring everyone was safe. In the midst of the chaos, Fiona felt a presence by the river. Her heart dropped as she recalled her meeting with the Bean-Nye. She knew she couldn't ignore the signs. As she made her way toward the riverbank, she heard it, the unmistakable sound of splashing water. There, under the stormy sky, stood the Bean-Nye, her hands moving tirelessly as she washed the blood-stained clothes once more. Fiona's heart raced. She understood now that the washerwoman was not just a figure of death, she was a guardian of those who were lost. Fiona approached with trepidation, the cold rain mingling with her tears. "What does this mean?" she cried over the wind. "Who is it this time?" The Bean-Nigh paused, her expression grave. "Tonight, I wash the clothes of a brave soul, a heart full of love who will soon leave this world." Fiona felt her heart clench. She had poured herself into those around her, spreading love and kindness, but she had never considered the price of such a deep connection. "No. Please. Can't you save them?" she pleaded, desperation rising within her. The washerwoman shook her head gently. "Every soul has its time. But remember, love endures. Even in death, it cannot be extinguished. The bonds you create will carry you through." As the storm raged on, Fiona realized the truth in those words. Life is fragile, but love is eternal. In that moment of despair, she felt the warmth of the memories she had created with her loved ones, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. And then, as the rain poured, the Bean-Nigh disappeared into the shadows, leaving only the sound of the river behind. Fiona stood alone by the water, tears mingling with the rain, knowing that she would carry the spirit of the one who was leaving with her forever. The next day, as dawn broke over the village, the storm had passed, and the sun peeked through the clouds. Fiona learned that one of her closest friends had succumbed to an illness, a brave soul who had fought until the end. But instead of despair, Fiona found solace in the memories they shared, the laughter, and the love that would never fade. With the spirit of the Bean-Nigh guiding her heart, Fiona continued to honor her friend's memory. She gathered the villagers, sharing stories and celebrating the life of the one they had lost. Together, they laughed, cried, and remembered, finding strength in the bonds of love they had created. As time went on, the legend of the Bean-Nigh grew, but Fiona knew the truth. The washerwoman was not just a figure of doom, she was a reminder of the beauty of love and connection, a force that transcended life and death. The chilling wails by the river transformed into a melody of hope, a song that echoed through the hearts of those who dared to love deeply. And so, at the edge of the river, where the waters flowed softly over the stones, the spirit of the Bean-Nigh remained, a guardian of love and memory. Those who listened closely could hear her gentle song, a reminder that while life may be fleeting, love is eternal. In the quiet corners of Scotland, where mist rolls over the hills and the night is filled with soft whispers, there lies a tale of a creature that walks the thin line between the human and the wild. This is the Wolver, a figure both feared and misunderstood. Unlike the fearsome werewolves of stories told around campfires, the Wolver is unique. It is a creature of kindness, roaming the woods with a gentle heart, often appearing when least expected, bringing with it an air of mystery and a touch of magic. Long ago, in a small village nestled by the sea, there lived a fisherman named Chulainn. He was a good man, known for his generous spirit and hard work. But, like many in his village, he often faced the struggle of making ends meet. The tides were not always favorable, and the fish sometimes stayed away, leaving families hungry. Chulainn was determined to provide for his loved ones, even if it meant battling the rough sea on nights when the winds howled like hungry wolves. One fateful evening, after a long day of casting his nets and coming home empty-handed, Chulainn sat on the rocky shore, his heart heavy with worry. The moonlight shimmered on the water, and the stars twinkled like the eyes of 1,000 watchful guardians. As he gazed out at the vast sea, he felt a deep sense of loneliness. He missed the laughter of his children and the warmth of his wife, who were counting on him to return with something to feed them. It was in this moment of despair that Chulainn noticed a strange figure sitting on the rocks nearby. At first glance, it looked like a wolf, but as he approached, he saw that it was not just any wolf. This creature was larger than any he had ever seen, with deep brown fur and striking golden eyes that seemed to hold a wisdom beyond its years. The Wolver sat calmly, its head tilted as if it was listening to the sea's song. Chulainn's heart raced. Was this a sign of something bad, or a chance encounter that might change his fortunes? "Hello there, friend," Chulainn called out softly, not wanting to scare the creature away. The Wolver turned its head slowly, meeting his gaze with those warm, intelligent eyes. In that moment, Chulainn felt an unexpected bond, a connection that made his heart swell with hope. To his astonishment, the wolver rose and walked toward him, not with the menacing growl of a wild beast, but with the gentle steps of a companion. Ewan couldn't believe what he was witnessing. This was no ordinary wolf, it had a strange aura of calm and understanding. As they stood side by side, Ewan felt a sense of peace wash over him. "You can help me, can't you?" Ewan asked, more to himself than the creature. "I need to catch fish. My family is counting on me." The wolver looked at him, its golden eyes shimmering under the moonlight, and then nodded its head slightly, as if to say, "Follow me." With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Ewan decided to trust this strange creature. The wolver led him along the shore, guiding him to a hidden cove that he had never seen before. The water there sparkled as if the stars had fallen into the sea, and the air was rich with the scent of salt and promise. The wolver watched as Ewan cast his net into the water, a sense of anticipation lingering in the air. As the minutes turned into hours, Ewan felt doubt creeping into his heart. Had he been foolish to follow a creature of the wild? What if it was all just a trick? But just as he began to lose hope, his net grew heavy. With all his strength, Ewan pulled it from the water, and to his amazement, it was filled with fish, shiny, silvery fish, flopping and glistening in the moonlight. His heart leapt with joy, and he turned to thank the wolver, but the creature was gone, blending into the shadows of the night as quietly as it had appeared. Ewan hurried home, his heart filled with gratitude and wonder. He could hardly believe his luck, but as he placed the fish before his family, he shared not just the food but the incredible story of the wolver. His children's eyes widened with excitement, and his wife's smile grew brighter than ever. They feasted that night, laughter echoing through their home like a melody, a sound that filled the walls with warmth and love. Word of Ewan's good fortune spread through the village, and he became known not only as a skilled fisherman but also as a man who had encountered the wolver. People began to leave offerings at the edge of the woods, hoping to catch a glimpse of the gentle creature that roamed the night, believing it might bring them good luck as well. Days turned into weeks, and Ewan continued to encounter the wolver. Sometimes, he would find it sitting on the rocks, watching the sea. Other times, it would appear when he least expected it, guiding him to new fishing spots that were abundant with life. Each meeting was a gift, filling Ewan with hope and gratitude. The wolver became more than just a creature of legend, it became a symbol of kindness and abundance. Yet, the bond between Ewan and the wolver went beyond mere luck. On evenings when the sea was calm, Ewan would share stories of his life, his dreams, and his struggles. The wolver would listen intently, its gaze steady and understanding. In return, Ewan felt a sense of peace, as if the wolver was not just a creature of the wild, but a friend who understood the weight of the world. But as with all good things, a shadow loomed on the horizon. One night, when the moon was hidden behind dark clouds, the village was shaken by a terrible storm. The winds howled like angry spirits, and the waves crashed against the shore, threatening to swallow everything in their path. Ewan rushed to secure his fishing boat, his heart racing with fear for his family and friends. The storm raged on, fierce and relentless, and Ewan felt a deep sense of foreboding. In the midst of the chaos, he spotted a figure struggling against the wind and rain. Heart-pounding, Ewan ran toward it, only to find the wolver, its fur soaked and matted, standing protectively over a group of frightened villagers who had sought shelter. The creature's golden eyes glowed in the dark, a beacon of hope amidst the fury of the storm. Without hesitation, Ewan rallied the villagers, guiding them to safety. The wolver led the way, its powerful form cutting through the storm like a ship through the waves. Together, they fought against the elements, helping those who had been caught in the storm's grasp. As the night wore on, the storm finally began to abate. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden light over the battered village. Ewan and the villagers gathered, their hearts filled with gratitude for the wolver, who had stood watch over them, protecting them when the storm threatened to take everything they held dear. From that day forward, the wolver was not only seen as a creature of kindness, but as a guardian of the village, a protector of those who believed in the power of love and friendship. Ewan's heart swelled with pride as he shared the stories of their bravery, the bond formed between man and creature, reminding everyone that true strength lies in understanding and compassion. As years passed, the wolver continued to roam the hills and the shores, a symbol of hope and connection. Its story became woven into the very fabric of the village, a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary friendships blossom in the most unexpected places. The wolver taught everyone that even in the face of darkness, light can shine through, bringing warmth and comfort to all who believe in its magic. And so, in the heart of Scotland, the tale of the wolver lives on, a story of a creature that defies expectations, of friendship that knows no bounds, and of the gentle strength found in the bond between man and beast. In the shadows of Scotland, where the wind howls through ancient ruins and the moon hangs low in the sky, there exists a chilling world filled with fear and fascination. It is a land where the tales of revenants and vampiric entities echo through the ages, their stories woven into the very fabric of Scottish folklore. The legends of these creatures are not merely tales to scare children, they are poignant reminders of love lost, vengeance sought, and the eternal struggle between life and death. The air is thick with unease as night falls over a small village. A light fog creeps in, wrapping around the stone houses like a shroud. The villagers, weary from their daily toils, gather around flickering fires, sharing whispered tales of the creatures that wander the dark. Among the stories, one stands out, sending shivers down spines and igniting the imaginations of all who hear it. It is the tale of a young woman named Morrigan. Morrigan was known for her beauty and spirit. With laughter that rang like the sweetest melody and a heart full of dreams, she lit up every room she entered. But behind her bright eyes lay a shadow, for Morrigan had fallen in love with a man named Chulainn. Their love was deep and passionate, a bond that seemed unbreakable. They would stroll hand in hand along the banks of the loch, their laughter echoing through the trees, sharing hopes of a future together. But fate is often cruel, and tragedy struck one fateful night. Chulainn went out hunting, eager to provide for Morrigan and their future family. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow over the landscape as he ventured into the woods. Hours passed, and Morrigan waited by the fire, her heart pounding with a mix of worry and fear. As night turned to dawn, her fears deepened. Chulainn did not return. Days turned into weeks, and despair gripped the village. Morrigan's spirit began to fade, her laughter replaced by haunting silence. The villagers whispered about a dark force at play, a vengeful spirit that roamed the woods, stealing souls and leaving behind sorrow. They warned Morrigan to stay away from the woods, but her heart was heavy with grief. She refused to give up hope. Driven by love, Morrigan ventured into the woods, her heart aching and her mind racing. She called out Chulainn's name, her voice trembling as it echoed off the trees. But the forest was silent, save for the rustle of leaves and the distant howl of the wind. As darkness enveloped her, Morrigan felt a presence behind her, a chilling breath on her neck. She turned, and there stood Chulainn, or at least what looked like him. His eyes were hollow, and his skin was pale, almost translucent. Morrigan, he whispered, his voice a mere echo of the warmth she remembered. Fear gripped her heart, but love prevailed. Chulainn, I thought I lost you. She rushed to embrace him, but he stepped back, his gaze piercing her soul. I am no longer the man you loved. I am bound to this world, caught between life and death. Morrigan's heart sank. The tales of revenants and vampires she had heard whispered around the village came flooding back. These creatures were said to be the restless souls of the dead, cursed to walk the earth until their thirst for revenge was quenched or until they found peace. Chulainn's transformation was a horrifying reality, a consequence of the darkness that had consumed him. With tears streaming down her face, Morrigan pleaded with him. What can I do to help you? Please, let me save you. Chulainn's expression softened for a moment, a flicker of the man she loved shining through the darkness. There is nothing you can do, my love. I am forever changed. But I need you to remember me as I was, not as I am. Morrigan felt a chill sweep through her. The pain in her heart was unbearable. She reached out, desperate to hold onto the love they once shared. But Chulainn took another step back, the distance between them growing. You must go back, he urged. If you stay, you risk becoming like me. A powerful wave of sorrow washed over her as she realized what this meant. Ewan was not merely trapped in another form, he was a threat to her very existence. With one last lingering glance, filled with love and heartbreak, Morag turned away. As she ran through the woods, she could hear the echo of his voice fading into the night. "Remember me, Morag." Morag returned to the village, forever changed by the experience. She tried to go back to her life, but the laughter that once filled her home was gone. The villagers noticed the change in her. They whispered about her loss, about the darkness that lingered in her eyes. But the truth was far deeper than any of them could understand. As the seasons passed, Morag became a guardian of Ewan's memory, sharing their love story with those willing to listen. She warned children about the dangers that lurked in the woods, teaching them to respect the tales of the revenants and vampiric entities that haunted the land. The villagers grew to revere Morag, not just as a woman who had lost her love, but as a symbol of the strength it takes to face grief and loss. In the years that followed, the legend of Morag and Ewan spread throughout Scotland, a haunting reminder of the fragile line between love and loss. Some believed Morag's spirit could be seen wandering the woods, searching for her lost love, a ghostly figure caught between two worlds. Others claimed that on nights when the moon was full, they could hear her whispers carried on the wind, a song of love forever echoing through the ages. As twilight fell and the moon rose high, the villagers would gather around fires, telling tales of the revenants and the lessons learned from Morag's story. They spoke of love that transcended even death and the sacrifices made to protect those we hold dear. The fear of the vampiric legends no longer only stirred terror, it became a reminder of the enduring power of love and the lengths one would go to preserve it. And so, the tales of Scotland's vampiric legends live on, not merely as stories of horror, but as poignant reminders of the beauty found in love, even in its most heartbreaking forms. The tales teach us that while darkness may sometimes consume us, the light of love can guide us through, forever illuminating the paths we walk, even in the shadows. In the chill of the Scottish night, when shadows stretch long and the air feels heavy with untold stories, a creature prowls the darkness, an ominous figure that sends shivers down the spine. It is the black dog, a haunting presence whispered about in hushed tones. This spectral canine is not just a stray from the shadows, it is a harbinger of doom, an omen that chills the heart and raises the hair on the back of one's neck. Picture a lonely road winding through a desolate moor, where the wind howls like a lost soul. The sky is a blanket of black velvet, dotted with distant stars that barely light the path ahead. In this stillness, you hear it, a low growl, deep and rumbling, echoing through the night. The ground trembles slightly, as if the earth itself knows what is coming. You can feel the weight of something watching, something waiting. Then, through the mist, the black dog emerges, its eyes glowing like two burning coals. The legend of the black dog is woven into the fabric of Scottish folklore, its story as old as the hills themselves. From the ancient times, this spectral beast has been seen as a foreboding sign, a warning of impending tragedy. Its appearance is often linked to death or misfortune, a reminder that in life, darkness lurks just beyond the light. Many have claimed to encounter this phantom, and each tale carries the same undercurrent of fear and awe. One chilling story tells of a farmer named Angus who lived in a small village near the coast. Angus was known for his hard work and dedication to his family, but one fateful night, he ventured out to check on his livestock. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the fields. As he walked, the night was still, save for the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. It was then he first saw it, the black dog, standing sentinel near the edge of the woods. Its coat was as dark as midnight, and its eyes pierced through the shadows like fiery embers. Angus felt a chill creep into his bones. The villagers had spoken of the black dog, warning him that its presence signified doom. But being a man of reason, he dismissed the warnings as mere superstition. "It's just a dog," he thought, trying to shake off the dread that clung to him. He continued his rounds, but the feeling of being watched never left him. Days turned into weeks, and Angus tried to shake off the encounter, but the memory lingered like a dark cloud over his head. Soon, tragedy struck. His crops failed, his livestock fell ill, and the weight of despair settled over his family. His wife fell ill, and no remedy seemed to bring her relief. The village whispered behind closed doors, believing the black dog had come to claim its due. In his desperation, Angus sought out the village elder, a wise woman named Morrigan, who was known for her knowledge of the old ways. When he shared his encounter with her, her face grew grave. "The black dog is a messenger, Angus. It comes to warn you of what is to come. You must find a way to confront it or face the consequences." With Morrigan's words echoing in his mind, Angus resolved to return to the woods where he first saw the creature. Armed with nothing but his courage, he stepped into the darkness once more. As he wandered deeper, the air thickened, and the shadows seemed to come alive around him. And there, in the clearing, stood the black dog, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. "Why do you haunt me?" Angus demanded, his voice trembling but resolute. The black dog merely stared, unblinking, as if measuring his resolve. "Is this all a game to you? Have you come to bring me more sorrow?" As he faced the beast, something unexpected happened. The tension in the air shifted, and for a brief moment, Angus felt a connection. The dog's eyes, though fierce, reflected a deep sadness, an understanding of loss. Perhaps this creature, too, was bound by an unseen force, a servant of fate like himself. In that moment of clarity, Angus realized that confronting the black dog was not about fighting against it, but rather understanding its purpose. "I know you bring warnings, but I refuse to let you control my fate," he declared, his voice stronger now. "I will honor the life I have and face whatever comes my way." With those words, the atmosphere changed. The black dog seemed to soften, its form flickering like a flame. The weight of despair that had clung to Angus began to lift, and the black dog turned and melted into the shadows. In its departure, he felt a surge of hope, a belief that even in darkness, light could be found. Angus returned to his village, forever changed by the encounter. While the hardships did not vanish overnight, he learned to face each challenge with a newfound strength. He spoke of the black dog not as a bringer of doom, but as a reminder of resilience, a symbol of the battles we all face against the dark shadows of life. The tales of the black dog continued to circulate through the village, evolving with each telling. It became a story of caution and courage, of understanding the balance between light and dark. The villagers learned to respect the creature, viewing it as both a warning and a guide. When they spotted it lurking at the edges of the woods, they no longer cowered in fear but stood tall, ready to confront whatever fate might bring. In the end, the black dog was not merely a symbol of doom, it became a testament to the human spirit's ability to rise above despair. As the shadows of night still fall over the Scottish moors, the legend of the black dog lives on. It serves as a reminder that while darkness may lurk just beyond the light, we all have the power to face our fears and find strength in the depths of our souls. And perhaps, just perhaps, when the winds howl and the night is still, the black dog will watch over us, guiding us through the darkness toward the dawn. As the sun dipped low over the rugged hills of ancient Scotland, the air shimmered with stories waiting to be told. The clamor of swords clashing and the fierce cries of warriors echoed in the valleys, where two worlds were destined to collide. On one side stood the proud tribes of Scotland, fierce guardians of their land and traditions, and on the other, the powerful Romans, equipped with advanced weapons and a relentless ambition to conquer. This was not just a battle for land, but a meeting of mythologies that would forever change the narratives of both cultures. The Romans, with their grand armies and imposing presence, were captivated by the mysterious lands they encountered. To them, Scotland was a wild and untamed place filled with legends that danced on the tongues of its people. The Romans had their own pantheon of gods, grand temples, and sophisticated stories that had shaped their empire. But as they marched into the Highlands, they found a world rich with myth, one that would intertwine with their own in ways they never expected. In the small villages, where firelight flickered against stone walls, tales of gods and spirits were woven into the very fabric of daily life. The Celts revered their own deities, such as the warrior goddess Bridget and the earth goddess Danu, believing in the sacredness of nature and the magic that thrived within it. These beliefs stood in stark contrast to the Roman structured view of the divine. Yet, as the Romans encountered the local tribes, they found themselves both intrigued and baffled by the stories shared around the fires. a young Roman soldier named Lucius arrived in the Scottish Highlands, his heart filled with dreams of glory. He had heard tales of fierce battles and noble warriors, but also of the beautiful myths that enveloped the land. One evening, while stationed at a Roman fort near the village of Cailleach, he sat among his fellow soldiers, listening to the sounds of a distant drum. It beckoned him, stirring something deep within his soul. Drawn by the rhythm, Lucius followed the sound until he stumbled upon a circle of stones. The ancient monoliths stood tall and proud, etched with the stories of generations long past. As the moonlight bathed the stones in silver, he saw figures dancing around the fire, their faces illuminated with joy and reverence. They were the local tribes, celebrating their gods and the turning of the seasons. Among them was a young woman named Aine, whose voice soared above the others as she sang. Her spirit was wild, and her laughter was infectious. The moment their eyes met, Lucius felt an unexplainable connection. She, too, had heard tales of the Roman invaders, and while fear danced in her heart, curiosity pulled her closer to this soldier who seemed different from the others. As the night wore on, Aine and Lucius found themselves sharing stories. She spoke of the goddess Bridget, who protected the hearth and the home, while he shared tales of the Roman god Mars, a figure of war and conquest. They found a shared understanding in their narratives, recognizing that both worlds sought to explain the unknown, to find meaning in their struggles. But their connection was more profound than mere words. It was a blending of hearts and hopes. However, the realities of war loomed over them like a storm cloud. Lucius wore the armor of an invader, while Aine stood as a protector of her people. They knew that the harmony of their newfound friendship would soon be tested. As tensions rose, battles erupted across the land. The Romans pushed deeper into the heart of Scotland, determined to assert their dominance. But with every clash of swords, a deeper understanding began to bloom among the tribes and the Romans. Stories of courage emerged on both sides. Aine's people told of warriors who stood against the Romans with the strength of their ancestors guiding them. In response, Lucius spoke of the bravery he had witnessed among the Scots, their fierce loyalty to one another and their land. With every story shared, a bridge was being built, a recognition of shared humanity that transcended their differences. Yet, as the battles raged on, the darkness of war cast a shadow over the Highlands. One fateful day, Lucius found himself on the battlefield, his heart pounding as he faced Aine's people. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. He caught a glimpse of Aine among the warriors, her spirit fierce and unyielding. The weight of his duty clashed with the bond they had formed, and his heart ached with the knowledge of what was unfolding. In the chaos of battle, Lucius hesitated. He saw the fear in Aine's eyes and felt the heavy burden of his sword. Would he strike down a warrior who had shared laughter and stories with him, whose spirit had ignited a light within his own heart? The air was thick with tension, and in that split second, he made a choice. Instead of raising his sword against her, he lowered it, taking a step back. His action did not go unnoticed. The sound of clashing steel faded for a moment as soldiers on both sides looked on in disbelief. The air crackled with tension, and the battlefield was suspended in a moment of uncertainty. Lucius's choice reverberated through the hearts of many, sowing seeds of doubt about the reasons they were fighting. Aine, seeing Lucius's defiance, felt her own heart swell with hope and fear. She shouted his name, her voice rising above the clamor of the battle, a call for peace amidst chaos. In that moment, the weight of their connection shifted the atmosphere, reminding everyone that beyond the clash of swords lay the shared stories of humanity. The encounter sparked a transformation. As word spread, other Romans began to question their motives, while the tribes of Scotland saw that not all invaders sought destruction. From that day, the legends began to weave together. The Roman soldiers became aware of the ancient spirits that guided the Scots, and the tribes learned of the strength in unity. Over time, the myths began to blend. The Romans adopted some of the Celtic deities, incorporating them into their own rituals and stories. Aine and Lucius's bond became a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, love and understanding could bridge divides. Their story spread through the hills and valleys, a tale of courage that resonated in the hearts of many. The Romans would eventually leave Scotland, their empire shifting and changing, but the echoes of their time remained. The myths they exchanged lingered, creating a tapestry of shared narratives. In the hearts of the people, the legacy of Ain and Lucius lived on, a beautiful intertwining of cultures, a testament to the enduring power of love and the unyielding strength of the human spirit amidst the turmoil of history. As the sun sets over the hills today, one can still feel the whispers of the past in the Scottish wind. The stories of the Romans and the tribes may have faded, but the essence of their connection thrives in the heart of Scotland. In every shadowed glen and every ancient stone, their legends remind us that we are all part of a larger story, woven together by the threads of our shared humanity. As the cold winds swept across the northern sea, a fleet of longships sliced through the waves, their sails billowing against the gray sky. The Norsemen, fierce and formidable, were not just warriors, they were bringers of stories, myths, and a way of life that would leave a lasting mark on the land they touched. With every invasion, they not only sought to conquer but also to share their rich tapestry of beliefs with the people of Scotland. When the first Norse ships reached the shores, the Scots were already steeped in their own ancient myths. They spoke of great warriors, the fierce power of the earth, and the spirits of nature that walked among them. But as the Norsemen stepped onto Scottish soil, their gods and stories began to intertwine with the local lore, creating a beautiful and haunting blend that still echoes through the hills today. Among the first things the Scots noticed were the Viking warriors themselves. They were larger than life, their presence commanding and wild. They spoke of gods who fought in great battles and who welcomed the bravest souls to Valhalla, a hall where warriors feasted forever after death. This concept fascinated the Scots, who had their own beliefs about the afterlife but had never imagined such a grand hall of heroes. The idea that death and battle could lead to eternal glory struck a chord with many. One young Scotsman named Ewan found himself captivated by the tales shared by a Norse warrior named Bjorn. Under the flickering light of a campfire, Bjorn spoke of Odin, the one-eyed god who sacrificed everything for knowledge, and Thor, the thunder's protector wielding his mighty hammer. Ewan listened, enraptured, as Bjorn described the epic battles fought among the gods and giants, the great serpents that lay beneath the ocean, and the fate of the world hanging in the balance. Ewan felt a fire ignite in his heart. He was a simple shepherd, tending his flock in the Highlands, but these tales painted a world where the mundane transformed into the magnificent. He imagined himself standing alongside Bjorn, sword in hand, facing down monstrous foes. The stories of courage and honor stirred something deep within him, a longing for adventure that had lain dormant for too long. As the days turned into weeks, Ewan became friends with Bjorn and other Norsemen. They shared not only their tales but also their traditions, mixing their ways of life. Ewan introduced them to the beauty of the Scottish landscape, the shimmering lochs, and the rugged mountains that held stories of their own. In return, the Norsemen taught Ewan the art of sailing and navigating the treacherous seas. One evening, they gathered around the fire, and Bjorn offered Ewan a horn filled with mead, a gift symbolizing friendship. As they raised their cups to drink, Ewan's heart swelled with a sense of unity. He thought about how different their worlds seemed yet how similar their hopes and fears were. They were all searching for purpose, for strength, and for stories that would outlive them. The blend of their mythologies began to blossom. Ewan noticed how elements of Norse mythology began to weave into Scottish tales. He heard whispers of gods like Freya, the goddess of love and war, who embodied the fierce spirit of the women of the clans. Stories spread of how she guided fallen warriors in the afterlife, much like the Scottish goddess Bridget, who protected the hearth and home. The merging of these powerful female figures brought a new sense of reverence for the feminine in both cultures. As the seasons changed, Ewan learned of the Norse celebrations marking the changing of the year, the Yule festivities that celebrated the rebirth of the sun. He invited Bjorn and the other Norsemen to participate in the Scottish Samhain festival, a time when the veil between the worlds was thin and the spirits of ancestors were honored. Together, they lit bonfires and shared tales of their ancestors, the flames illuminating their faces as laughter filled the air. In the flickering light, stories of mythical creatures began to intertwine. The Norse tales of fearsome beasts like Fenrir, the giant wolf, and Jormungandr, the world serpent, became entwined with the local legends of Kelpies and Selkies. Ewan found himself telling Bjorn of the beautiful seal folk who would shed their skins to become human, and the stories of the mischievous water horses that lured people to their doom. The Norseman listened, captivated, as the magic of Scotland seeped into his heart. However, not all was peaceful. As tensions rose between the tribes and the invaders, Ewan felt the weight of the conflict pressing down on him. Friends were forced to choose sides as war loomed on the horizon. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Ewan stood on a hill overlooking a battlefield where the two cultures were set to clash. He felt a sense of dread washing over him, the realization that these stories that had united him and Bjorn would now be tested by violence. Ewan rushed to find Bjorn before the battle began, determined to seek peace. He knew the myths had the power to heal, to remind them all that they were more alike than different. When he found Bjorn, the two embraced tightly, and Ewan spoke from his heart, urging the warriors to remember their shared stories, their friendships, and the hope for a future without bloodshed. Their voices rose above the din of impending conflict. Ewan shared a new story he had crafted, one that combined elements of both mythologies, telling of a great serpent that threatened the world and could only be defeated by the united strength of warriors from both sides. He spoke of how both the Norse and the Scots held the spirit of the land within them, a spirit that would wither under the weight of hatred and violence. As the warriors listened, something shifted in the air. Ewan's words, steeped in emotion, wove their magic, reminding everyone present of the shared bonds formed around campfires, the warmth of friendship, and the deep-rooted traditions that celebrated life rather than destruction. That day, the battle never happened. Instead, a truce was called, and both sides gathered together, sharing tales of their ancestors, their gods, and their hopes for the future. Ewan and Bjorn stood side by side, looking out at the faces of warriors who had, just moments before, been poised to fight. Now they smiled and nodded, realizing that while they came from different lands and beliefs, they were all part of a larger story. The merging of Scottish and Norse mythology became a rich tapestry that reflected the power of their connection, a bond that had been forged not just through battles but through shared experiences, laughter, and love. Ewan and Bjorn continued to tell their stories, creating new legends that celebrated the beauty of both cultures, weaving their myths into a unified narrative that resonated through the ages. As the sun set on the hills of Scotland, the shadows of the past danced with the promise of the future. The stories of the Norsemen and the Scots would echo forever, a reminder that even in a world torn by conflict, the human spirit could rise above, finding connection in the tales that bind us all. A quiet stillness hung in the air, broken only by the distant sound of church bells ringing out across the misty Scottish hills. The people gathered in their small villages, their hearts heavy with a mix of hope and trepidation. A new belief was spreading through their lands, one that promised salvation and grace but also brought whispers of old ways being cast aside. Christianity was not merely a new religion, it was a force that would reshape their world and transform the very essence of their ancient myths. In the heart of the countryside, a humble priest named Father Malcolm walked through the village, his cloak billowing behind him. He was not just a man of God, he was a bridge between two worlds. The villagers, weary from the struggles of their daily lives, watched him with a blend of curiosity and skepticism. They had long cherished their stories of powerful deities, mischievous fairies, and fearsome beasts that roamed the hills and glens. Now, they were being asked to turn their backs on those tales for something they could not fully understand. One rainy afternoon, young Fiana, a girl with wild curls and bright blue eyes, sat by the hearth, her fingers tracing the worn pages of an old book filled with tales of the ancient gods. Her grandmother, a wise woman who knew every story like the back of her hand, had shared them with her. Stories of Bridget, the goddess of healing and poetry, and Cernunnos, the horned god of nature, filled Fiona's imagination with wonder. But with the arrival of Christianity, these stories felt threatened, as if they were being slowly erased from the fabric of their culture. "Will we have to forget them, Gran?" Fiona asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother sighed, a deep, wistful sound that echoed with the weight of generations. "My dear, the world is changing. But remember, stories are like rivers. They may shift and change course, but they never truly disappear. They find new paths, sometimes mixing with new waters. As the days turned into weeks, Father Malcolm continued to preach the good word. He spoke of love, forgiveness, and the promise of eternal life. His voice, warm and inviting, soothed the villagers, who began to gather in the small stone church that had been built at the center of their community. But in their hearts, they felt the pull of the old tales, the deep roots of their ancestors entwined with the land. One evening, during a particularly stormy night, a violent wind howled through the village, shaking the windows and rattling the doors. The villagers huddled together in the church, seeking comfort from one another and from Father Malcolm, who prayed fervently for protection. It was during this storm that a curious thing happened. As the thunder boomed overhead, a bright flash of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, and in that fleeting moment, Fiona thought she saw a figure standing in the shadows outside the church. Her heart raced as she quietly slipped out into the rain, drawn by a force she couldn't understand. There, at the edge of the village, stood a tall figure cloaked in mist, with antlers reaching toward the sky. The very essence of the forest seemed to pulse around it, the air thick with ancient magic. Fiona gasped as she recognized the figure from her grandmother's stories. It was Cernunnos, the guardian of nature. The spirit's eyes shimmered with kindness as it looked down at her, and Fiona felt a sense of calm wash over her. Child of the land, it spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Do not fear the changes that come. Your stories are strong. They can coexist with the new faith that blooms around you. Hold on to your roots, for they will nourish you. Fiona stood, mesmerized, as the spirit continued. The heart of the land will always remember. Share your stories, for they are the bridge that connects the past to the future. With that, the figure faded into the mist, leaving Fiona with a lingering warmth in her heart. She returned to the church, her mind racing with the encounter. Father Malcolm's voice carried through the stone walls, speaking of a new life in Christ, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something precious was being woven into the fabric of their new beliefs. As time passed, the villagers began to find a way to embrace both their old stories and the teachings of Christianity. They discovered that the themes of love, sacrifice, and redemption echoed in both their ancient myths and the new faith. In their prayers, they still honored the spirits of the land, whispering their names in gratitude, knowing that the essence of their ancestors lived on in the very soil beneath their feet. One day, Father Malcolm invited the villagers to share their tales during a feast celebrating both their heritage and their new faith. The church was filled with laughter and the aroma of roasted meats and sweet pastries. One by one, villagers stood to recount their stories. Fiona shared her encounter with Cernunnos, and her voice rang clear and strong as she spoke of the spirit's message. The room fell silent as her words wove a spell, capturing the hearts of those present. As she finished, a hush fell over the crowd, and Father Malcolm smiled gently. We can honor both the old and the new, he said, his eyes shining with understanding. Our stories and our faith are not enemies, they can walk hand in hand. From that day on, a new tradition was born in the village. They celebrated the changing seasons with festivals that honored both the Christian calendar and their ancient customs. They lit candles for their ancestors and sang hymns of praise, creating a beautiful tapestry of faith that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. The sacredness of the earth, the beauty of nature, and the promise of salvation became interwoven, reminding them that the stories of their ancestors were not lost but transformed. Fiona felt a profound sense of peace settle within her. The tales of her grandmother remained alive in her heart, intertwining with the teachings of the church. She understood now that stories could adapt and grow, that the threads of her heritage would continue to run deep, no matter what changes came. As she stood outside one evening, looking up at the vast sky dotted with stars, she felt a connection to something larger than herself. The voices of her ancestors whispered through the winds, weaving a melody of hope and resilience. With every heartbeat, she knew their stories would endure, echoing through the generations, guiding those who would come after her. In the years to come, as Christianity spread and took root in Scotland, it transformed the landscape of belief, reshaping old tales into new forms. Yet, deep in the hearts of the people, the essence of the ancient myths lingered, a reminder of the land's spirit and the power of stories to unite, heal, and transcend. Each whisper of the wind, each rustle of the leaves, carried with it the legacy of both faiths, merging into a symphony of life that would echo through time. The wind whispered through the ancient hills of Scotland, carrying tales of bravery and strength, echoing the legendary stories of kings and warriors. Each gust seemed to breathe life into the land, reminding the people of their noble heritage. Long ago, there existed mighty kings, not just of blood and bone, but of mythical descent, linked to gods and spirits that shaped their destinies. These were not ordinary rulers. They were imbued with a sense of purpose and a connection to the very essence of the earth beneath their feet. In the heart of a bustling village, children gathered around an old man, his eyes glinting like the stars above. With a voice that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of time, he began to tell the story of King Arthur, a name that stirred excitement in the hearts of all who heard it. They sat in rapt attention, captivated by the image of a king who was said to be more than just a man. He was the once and future king, a ruler destined to rise again when his people needed him most. Arthur was not just a king, the old man said, his voice dropping to a hush. He was born of the mystical lineage of the fairies, a child of destiny. His mother, Igraine, was said to have been enchanted, and his father, Uther Pendragon, was a great warrior. Arthur wielded Excalibur, a sword forged in the depths of Avalon, a realm of magic. With that sword, he united the clans and brought peace to the land. As the old man's words painted vivid images in their minds, the children felt the thrill of Arthur's legendary battles against dark forces. They could almost see the glint of Excalibur as it flashed through the air, cutting through the shadows that threatened their homeland. The tales of bravery reminded them that courage resided in their blood, an echo of the past coursing through their veins. But Arthur was not alone in his legacy. Stories of other kings echoed through the ages, tales of heroes like King Macbeth, who was said to have been touched by the supernatural. As the old man spoke, the children listened, wide-eyed, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the ancient drums of battle. Macbeth was a man of fierce ambition, the storyteller continued. He was said to have been granted prophecy by 3 witches, who revealed his destiny as king. But with great power came great peril. The spirits of the land watched him, guiding and judging his every step. His rise to the throne was marked by both glory and tragedy, reminding us that even the mightiest can fall when they lose their way. The children shivered as they heard of Macbeth's fate, understanding that the path of a king was fraught with danger. The whispers of the witches echoed in their minds, a reminder of the fragile balance between power and humility. They knew that true strength lay not just in conquest, but in wisdom and compassion. As night fell, the old man shifted the tale to the legendary figures of the past, like King Fergus, the founder of the Scottish kingdom of Dalriada. His bloodline was said to connect to the gods of old, and it was believed that he received visions from the otherworld. The old man's voice became softer, more reverent. Fergus was a warrior with the heart of a lion. He believed he was chosen by the gods to lead his people. It is said that he could speak to the spirits of the forest and the rivers. They guided him, offering wisdom in times of need. His strength came not only from his sword but from the harmony he maintained with the natural world. The children felt a deep connection to these stories, their hearts swelling with pride as they learned about their forefathers. They understood that they, too, were a part of this rich tapestry woven with threads of bravery, wisdom, and magic. The tales were more than mere history, they were reminders of who they were and who they could become. In the shadows, the flickering flames of the fire cast dancing shadows on the walls as the old man recounted the legendary King Robert the Bruce. A figure steeped in myth and history, he was known for his courage and determination in the face of overwhelming odds. Bruce fought for his land with the fire of 1,000 suns in his heart, the storyteller proclaimed, eyes gleaming. His struggles became the foundation for a nation. In moments of despair, when defeat seemed certain, he found strength in the stories of those who came before him. He remembered Arthur, Fergus, and Macbeth. Each had faced darkness but emerged as a beacon of hope. The children listened, their eyes shining with admiration. They envisioned Bruce standing tall on the battlefield, rallying his men with the fierce resolve that had become synonymous with his name. Each tale of valor ignited a spark of determination within them, a promise that they, too, could rise above the challenges they faced. As the night grew darker, the old man spoke of the mystical connections between these kings and the land itself. The hills, rivers, and forests were not just a backdrop, they were living entities, entwined with the souls of the warriors who had fought and died for their people. The essence of their battles still lingered in the air, a reminder that every blade of grass and every stone held the weight of history. These kings understood their connection to the land, he said. They respected the spirits that dwelled within it. They honored the old ways, knowing that their strength was not just in their lineage but in their bond with nature. The songs of the earth inspired their hearts, guiding their actions, even in the fiercest storms. With every word, the children felt a warmth enveloping them, as if the spirits of their ancestors were wrapping them in a protective embrace. They began to understand that they were not just passive listeners but active participants in this ongoing saga. They carried the legacy of their kings and warriors within them, ready to face the challenges of their own time. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the stories intertwined, echoing through the hearts of the villagers. The connections between the kings and the mythical figures transcended time, creating a bridge that spanned generations. Each child, fueled by the tales of bravery, honor, and sacrifice, realized they were part of something much larger than themselves. As the final tale faded into the night, the old man looked around at the eager faces of the children, a sense of hope swelling in his heart. He knew that the spirit of these legendary kings lived on in them. They were the guardians of the stories, the keepers of the flame that burned brightly in the hearts of their people. With each new generation, the tales would continue to flourish, reminding all of Scotland of their rich and vibrant heritage, and inspiring them to rise like their ancestors in the face of adversity. The legacy of kings and warriors of mythical descent would never fade, it would endure, woven into the very fabric of the land they called home. A chill runs down the spine of anyone who walks among the ancient stones of Scotland, where the whispers of the past echo softly through the air. The Pictish symbols, carved into standing stones and rocky outcrops, stand as guardians of a time long forgotten, beckoning those who dare to decode their secrets. Each intricate design tells a story, a glimpse into the lives, beliefs, and aspirations of a people who lived in harmony with nature, spirits, and the mysteries of the world. As the sun sets behind the rugged hills, the golden light casts shadows on the weathered carvings. Among the many symbols, the spirals, circles, and animals come alive in the fading light. They tell tales of gods and mythical creatures, love and loss, hope and fear. It is said that the Picts possessed a deep understanding of the natural world, and their symbols reflect that connection. Those who study these carvings feel the pull of history, a desire to understand the lives of those who came before. One symbol that captures the imagination is the double spiral, often seen as a representation of life and death, the never-ending cycle that binds all living things. Standing before a stone etched with this symbol, a sense of awe envelopes the observer. It is a reminder that life is a journey filled with twists and turns, just like the spiral itself. The Picts understood that every ending leads to a new beginning, and through their art, they captured the essence of existence. Beneath the swirling designs, other symbols emerge, animals that once roamed the land, their presence vital to the Pictish way of life. The deer, powerful and graceful, represents abundance and connection to the earth. The boar, fierce and protective, embodies strength and courage. These animals were not just representations, they were woven into the very fabric of Pictish identity. They understood the balance of nature, the importance of respecting the creatures that shared their world. Yet, the symbols hold more than just the essence of nature. They carry the weight of spirituality, echoing the beliefs of a people who saw the world through a lens of mystery and magic. The zirad, a peculiar design resembling a stylized weapon or staff, invites questions about its meaning. Was it a symbol of power? A tool for communication with the divine? Standing before it, one can almost feel the energy of ancient rituals, the resonance of voices raised in song and prayer. The Picts revered the unseen, honoring their ancestors and the spirits of the land. The carvings also evoke stories of love and community. A symbol resembling intertwined rings speaks of bonds that transcend time. Love was sacred, a force that united people and anchored them in their shared existence. It is said that these symbols were carved during moments of joy, celebrations of life, of union, of the simple beauty found in everyday moments. The Picts understood that love was the foundation upon which their society was built, and through their symbols, they immortalized those cherished connections. As visitors stand in the presence of these ancient symbols, a sense of longing fills the air. What stories would the stones tell if they could speak? Would they share tales of laughter echoing through the valleys, of children playing in the fields, of gatherings around fires where songs and stories blended into the night? Each symbol is a thread in the intricate tapestry of life, woven with the hopes and dreams of a people who cherished their land and each other. In the quiet solitude of the countryside, where the world feels untouched by time, one can sense the presence of the Picts. The winds rustle through the grasses, carrying with them echoes of laughter, whispers of love, and the soft sounds of a community bound by shared experiences. Standing before the stones, visitors feel a connection that transcends centuries, a reminder that the human experience is a thread that links us all. The Pictish symbols invite interpretation, inviting everyone to become part of the narrative. Artists, scholars, and dreamers have sought to unlock their meanings, but the truth remains elusive. Perhaps that is the beauty of it. Each individual can see a reflection of their own journey in the spirals and animals, and the shapes that speak of life and death, hope and despair. The symbols breathe life into the past, igniting the imagination of those who encounter them. As the darkness settles in, the stars begin to twinkle overhead, illuminating the ancient stones with a soft glow. It is a moment of reverence, a reminder that the Picts, though long gone, continue to leave their mark on the world. Their symbols are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a celebration of life in all its forms. They remind us that we, too, are part of a larger story, intertwined with the threads of history, love, and loss. For those who stand before the Pictish carvings, a sense of purpose awakens within. They are not just remnants of a bygone era, they are called to honor the past, to remember the stories that shape us. Each symbol becomes a beacon, guiding the way forward while honoring the roots from which we all come. In that moment, the Pictish symbols become more than just art, they transform into a bridge connecting generations, a reminder that we are never truly alone. As the last light fades, and the stones stand silently under the starlit sky, it becomes clear that the mysteries of the Pictish symbols will continue to captivate hearts and minds for generations to come. They are a legacy of a people who understood the beauty of life, the strength of community, and the power of love. The symbols whisper their stories, waiting patiently for those who are willing to listen and learn, reminding us that we all carry the essence of the Picts within us, woven into the very fabric of our existence. Scottish myths have a timeless quality, weaving their way through the fabric of history and culture, leaving a mark on the hearts of those who hear their stories. In a world that often moves too fast, these ancient tales of magic, courage, and the supernatural still resonate, inviting new generations to listen and believe. The way they are told today is different, but the essence remains unchanged. Modern adaptations in literature, film, and culture breathe fresh life into these beloved myths, allowing them to thrive in an ever-changing world. As children, many of us sat spellbound by stories of brave warriors and enchanting creatures. Now, these tales are reimagined, capturing the imagination of readers and viewers alike. In contemporary literature, authors draw inspiration from the rich tapestry of Scottish folklore, weaving characters and settings that feel both familiar and new. A new generation of storytellers brings their unique perspectives, blending traditional themes with modern ideas. The result is a fusion that keeps the heart of Scottish mythology alive while exploring the depths of human emotion and experience. Consider the way that a story like that of the Loch Ness Monster has evolved. Once seen as a simple tale of a creature lurking beneath the waves, it has transformed into a symbol of mystery and wonder. Writers and filmmakers have turned Nessie into a metaphor for the unknown, representing the fear and excitement that come with the idea of what lies just beyond our understanding. As people read or watch these adaptations, they are reminded of their childhood dreams and fears, of nights spent imagining what might dwell in the dark depths of the loch. The legend of Nessie becomes more than just a story. It serves as a bridge connecting generations, drawing the young and old alike into the swirling waters of possibility. The emotional weight of these adaptations is profound. A modern retelling of the tale of the Selkie, for example, evokes the pain of love and loss, as these mythical beings, half human and half seal, are torn between two worlds. The story of a Selkie who longs to return to the sea resonates deeply with anyone who has ever felt caught between longing and duty. Through the lens of contemporary storytelling, the Selkie's plight becomes a powerful exploration of identity and the sacrifices made in the name of love. Readers and viewers are moved, feeling the pulse of the Selkie's heartache as if it were their own. Film has also played a vital role in bringing Scottish mythology to life. Cinematic adaptations transport audiences to the rugged landscapes of Scotland, immersing them in the beauty and mystery of its folklore. Movies like Brave breathe life into the legends of the Highlands, showcasing the strength of its female characters and their struggles against fate. The tales of witches, warriors, and enchanted creatures come alive on the screen, captivating viewers with a blend of humor, adventure, and emotion. These films honor the traditions of storytelling while infusing them with modern values, creating a space where old myths can resonate with new audiences. Television shows, too, have embraced Scottish myths, reimagining them for the small screen. Series such as Outlander intertwine history and fantasy, exploring themes of love, loss, and resilience against the backdrop of Scotland's tumultuous past. By incorporating elements of Scottish mythology, these adaptations spark curiosity about the legends that inspired them. Viewers find themselves searching for the origins of these stories, eager to connect with the rich heritage that shapes the narratives they now adore. The longing for authenticity in storytelling becomes a shared journey as audiences dive deeper into the world of Scottish folklore. As these myths are adapted and reinterpreted, they also find new life in the world of art. Visual artists draw upon the vibrant imagery of Scottish folklore, capturing the essence of creatures like the Kelpies and the Brownies in stunning paintings and sculptures. The delicate beauty of the fairies and the haunting presence of the banshees become tangible through brushstrokes and clay. This artistic expression not only honors the stories but also invites viewers to experience the emotions tied to them. Each piece of art tells a story, connecting the past to the present and reminding us that the heart of Scottish mythology beats on in every interpretation. The modern interpretations of Scottish mythology also resonate with themes of environmentalism and social justice. As climate change becomes an urgent issue, stories that celebrate the natural world gain new relevance. The Picts' deep connection to the land, reflected in their symbols and rituals, serves as a reminder of our responsibility to care for the earth. New storytellers are drawing parallels between ancient wisdom and contemporary challenges, creating narratives that inspire action and foster a sense of stewardship. Moreover, the resurgence of interest in Scottish myths fosters a sense of community. Festivals celebrating folklore and mythology attract people from all walks of life, eager to connect with their heritage and each other. Storytelling sessions, performances, and workshops bring together individuals who share a passion for these timeless tales. In a world that can feel isolating, these gatherings create a sense of belonging, reminding participants that they are part of something larger than themselves. The myths become a source of comfort, providing solace and strength in uncertain times. As each new adaptation unfolds, the emotional landscape of Scottish mythology expands. The characters, once carved from stone, now breathe with life and complexity. They embody our dreams and fears, reminding us that the past is not forgotten, it is alive within us. With every retelling, the stories grow richer, intertwining with our own experiences, forging connections that transcend time. In the end, modern interpretations of Scottish mythology serve as a powerful testament to the enduring nature of these tales. They remind us that storytelling is a living tradition, one that adapts and evolves, yet remains rooted in the emotions and experiences that bind us all. The legends of Scotland invite us to dream, to explore, and to believe in the magic of our own lives. Through the lens of contemporary culture, they remind us that the heart of myth beats on, resonating in the laughter, tears, and triumphs of those who dare to share their stories. On a quiet evening, when the sky turns shades of pink and orange, you can hear the soft sounds of stories being told. Picture a warm fire crackling in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the walls, as family and friends gather together, leaning in close to hear the words that have echoed through generations. In these moments, the heart of Gaelic culture comes alive, beating with the rhythm of ancient tales that weave magic and meaning into everyday life. The Gaelic language is a treasure, rich with history and emotion. It carries the weight of stories that have traveled through time, passed down from one storyteller to another. Each word is like a thread in a vast tapestry, connecting the past to the present. The sounds of Gaelic resonate like music, wrapping around the listener, creating a sense of belonging. As the stories unfold, they evoke feelings of nostalgia, reminding us of who we are and where we come from. Oral tradition is at the heart of preserving these myths. In the past, when written words were scarce, stories lived in the minds and hearts of the people. Grandparents would sit by the fire, eyes sparkling with mischief, as they recounted tales of brave warriors, mystical creatures, and wise old spirits. Children would listen, wide-eyed, hanging on every word, their imaginations ignited by the adventures that danced before them. These stories weren't just entertainment, they were lessons, teaching values of bravery, love, and respect for nature. In this region, the tales of witches and fairies are common, weaving through everyday life like threads in a tapestry. The Bane Croys, or white women, are said to appear on moonlit nights, dancing in circles. Some claim they are benevolent, bestowing blessings on those who treat them with respect, while others warn of the dangers of angering them. These stories serve as gentle reminders of the world's mysteries and the importance of treating nature and its spirits with reverence. The connection to the land is palpable in these stories, as each myth reflects the landscape and the life that it supports. The rugged terrain, the rushing rivers, and the vast oceans all play a role in shaping the tales told. They remind listeners of the resilience and strength of the people who call these places home. In the Highlands, the tales of the Cailleach, a powerful goddess of winter, echo through the valleys. She is said to shape the mountains and control the weather, her moods reflected in the changing seasons. The Highlanders respect her power, celebrating the arrival of spring when she finally gives way to Bridget, the goddess of fertility and new life. As the stories unfold, the room becomes charged with emotion. The laughter of children blends with the wisdom of elders, creating a rich tapestry of voices that honors the past while embracing the present. In these gatherings, the act of storytelling becomes a bridge between generations, a way to keep the culture alive. Each person listens with rapt attention, hearts swelling with pride for their heritage. They know that these tales are more than just stories, they are a part of who they are. In the Orkney Islands, the stories are often infused with a sense of mystery and adventure. The Tro, mischievous little beings, are said to lead travelers astray, luring them into the depths of the hills. Tales of their antics fill the air, causing laughter and gasps as listeners imagine the trouble they could cause. Yet, there's also a deeper lesson within these stories, reminding everyone of the importance of being aware of their surroundings and the dangers that may lurk. The islands also echo with the story of the goddess of the sea, who protects sailors and fishermen as they brave the waves. Her spirit is felt in the salty air, a reminder of the bond between people and the ocean. When storms rage, fishermen tell tales of her fierce power, paying homage to her with offerings of gratitude for her protection. The emotional connection to these stories runs deep, creating a sense of unity among the islanders who rely on the sea for their livelihoods. As darkness falls, the stories weave together in a magical tapestry, with the Highland hills and the crashing waves of the islands as the backdrop. The tales told around fires become a source of comfort, connecting the past to the present and fostering a sense of community. It's a beautiful dance of words and emotions that binds families and friends together, creating memories that will be shared for generations to come. In the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, folklore is not merely a collection of stories, it is a living tradition that breathes life into the land. Each tale is a reflection of the people, their struggles, their joys, and their deep-rooted connection to nature. The myths resonate within the hearts of those who hear them, sparking a sense of pride, nostalgia, and even a tinge of sadness for what once was. As you walk through the lush valleys or gaze out at the endless horizon of the sea, you can almost hear the echoes of those stories carried on the wind. They linger in the air, waiting to be heard, inviting you to listen and to feel. It is in these moments that you realize the true power of folklore. It is a testament to the resilience of a culture that has weathered the storms of time, holding tight to its stories, its identity, and its soul. The air crackles with anticipation as the nights grow longer and the chill of autumn begins to creep in. The ancient festival of Samhain approaches, a time when the veil between the living and the dead is thinnest. Families prepare their homes, lighting candles to guide the spirits of their ancestors back for a brief visit. It is a time filled with both joy and a tinge of sadness, as loved ones who have passed are remembered and honored. Children dress in costumes, mirroring the ancient practice of disguising themselves to confuse any wandering spirits. They laugh and run through the streets, their voices ringing with excitement. But there's something deeper woven into this celebration, a connection to the past that binds everyone together. The stories of those who came before them fill the air, echoing the importance of remembering the ones who have shaped their lives. As the night falls, bonfires light up the darkness, their flames flickering like the spirits they celebrate. The scent of burning wood mixes with the sweet aroma of seasonal treats, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Friends and family gather around, sharing stories that weave through generations, tales of love, loss, and bravery. Each story adds another layer to the rich tapestry of their shared heritage. There is laughter, but also moments of silence as they reflect on the memories of those no longer with them. Songs are sung, and the beat of drums fills the air, calling forth the spirits to join in the celebration. Dancing around the fire, everyone feels a connection to something greater, as if the very earth beneath their feet pulses with the rhythms of their ancestors. In this sacred space, the joy of the present mingles with the bittersweet remembrance of the past, creating an emotional experience that resonates deep within each heart. As the leaves turn and fall, another festival approaches, Beltane. This joyous celebration marks the arrival of spring and the renewal of life. The air is fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sun shines brightly, casting a golden glow over the landscape. People come together to celebrate fertility and growth, igniting their hopes for the coming year. In preparation, communities gather to create maypoles, decorated with vibrant ribbons and flowers. Children twirl and dance around the pole, weaving their colorful ribbons into beautiful patterns that symbolize unity and prosperity. The joy in their laughter rings out, echoing through the fields and valleys, inviting everyone to join in the festivities. Bonfires are lit again, this time to celebrate the warmth of the sun and the life it brings. People jump over the flames, a ritual believed to purify and protect them for the year ahead. As the fire crackles and sparks fly into the sky, it feels as if the spirits of the land are dancing with them, celebrating the return of light and life. The highlight of Beltane is the crowning of the May Queen, a young woman chosen to represent the spirit of fertility and the goddess of spring. Her beauty shines, adorned with flowers that signify the earth's renewal. As she dances through the crowd, her presence ignites a spark of hope in everyone's hearts, reminding them of the potential that lies within each new beginning. The May Queen becomes a symbol of life cycle, a celebration of the past while looking forward to the future. The importance of storytelling goes beyond just sharing tales. In Gaelic culture, it is a way to maintain connection with ancestors and the land. When a storyteller shares a myth, they are not only recounting events, they are inviting listeners to feel the earth beneath their feet, to hear the whispers of the wind, and to see the beauty of the mountains that have stood witness to these stories for centuries. Each narrative brings the audience closer to the natural world and to their heritage, allowing them to feel a part of something much larger. One beloved tale that echoes through the ages is that of Chulainn, the legendary hero known for his unmatched strength and bravery. As the story unfolds, listeners can almost see the young warrior standing tall, sword in hand, ready to defend his people. His journey, filled with trials and triumphs, resonates deeply, stirring feelings of admiration and inspiration. Through the words of the storyteller, Chulainn becomes more than just a character. he becomes a symbol of courage, embodying the spirit of the Gaelic people. These tales also serve to remind us of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. The stories of the Selkies, enchanting beings that can shift between seal and human forms, highlight the connection between the sea and the people of the coast. When a storyteller shares the plight of a Selkie who longs to return to the ocean, listeners can feel the ache of longing and the weight of choices made. These narratives emphasize respect for the natural world, urging us to honor the land and the creatures that inhabit it. As generations pass, the language and stories adapt, but their core remains the same. In modern times, Gaelic storytelling continues to flourish, evolving to meet the hearts of new audiences. Contemporary storytellers draw upon the rich heritage of their ancestors, blending traditional elements with modern themes. They weave together the threads of old myths with the challenges of today, creating narratives that resonate with young and old alike. This revival of interest in Gaelic storytelling can be seen in festivals and gatherings where people come together to celebrate their culture. Storytellers take the stage, their voices rising and falling like the tides, captivating the audience with tales of old. It is a powerful sight, as faces light up with joy and laughter, tears glisten in eyes, and the spirit of connection fills the air. In these moments, the magic of the stories bridges generations, allowing people to share their love for their heritage and for each other. The power of the Gaelic language extends beyond just the words spoken. It is the way the words are spoken that breathes life into the stories. The inflections, the pauses, the rhythms, they create a melody that lingers in the hearts of those who listen. A storyteller can make you feel the chill of the wind on a stormy night or the warmth of the sun on a summer's day with just the tone of their voice. This connection to emotion is what makes Gaelic storytelling so profound, leaving a mark on the listener long after the last word is spoken. In a world that sometimes feels disconnected, the art of Gaelic storytelling brings people together. It fosters a sense of community, creating bonds that transcend time and space. Each gathering is an opportunity to share laughter, tears, and wisdom, reminding us of the beauty of human connection. The stories become a thread that weaves the fabric of relationships, forging links between the past and the present. The preservation of myths through Gaelic storytelling is not just about keeping the past alive, it is about celebrating the present and inspiring the future. As young people learn to tell these stories, they embrace their heritage, carrying the torch of their ancestors. They find their voices, expressing their unique perspectives while honoring the traditions that shaped their identities. The flame of storytelling will continue to burn brightly as long as there are voices willing to share. It is a living tradition, evolving and growing, just as the world around us changes. Each tale told is an invitation to feel, to connect, and to remember. Through the beauty of the Gaelic language and the warmth of oral tradition, the myths of Scotland will remain etched in our hearts, guiding us as we navigate the ever-changing landscape of life. As the fire crackles and the stories flow, a sense of magic envelopes the room. It is a magic rooted in history, emotion, and the timeless power of connection. In those moments, we are reminded that the heart of Gaelic culture beats on, alive and vibrant, echoing through the stories that continue to shape our lives today. As the mist rolls over the rugged mountains and blankets the valleys below, there is a magic in the air of the Scottish Highlands and Islands that whispers ancient tales. The landscape, with its jagged cliffs and tranquil lochs, holds secrets and stories that have shaped the lives of its people for centuries. Here, in this breathtaking part of the world, the echoes of folklore resonate, painting vivid pictures of heroes, creatures, and legends that stir the heart and spark the imagination. In the Highlands, every hill and stone has its own story, each one passed down through generations. The tales often speak of bravery, love, and the struggle between good and evil. One such tale tells of the brave Highland warrior, Fingal, who fought valiantly against invading forces to protect his homeland. His courage is celebrated in songs sung around fires, where the flames dance as if to honor his memory. The firelight flickers on the faces of those gathered, their eyes shining with pride and passion as they recount Fingal's legendary feats. On the windswept islands of Orkney, the folklore takes on a different flavor. Here, stories intertwine with the rhythms of the sea. The tale of the Selkie is a beloved one, speaking of seals that can shed their skins to become human. This enchanting story stirs a sense of longing and love, for it often revolves around a fisherman who falls for a Selkie maiden. He finds her beautiful seal skin and hides it, binding her to the land. Yet, in the depths of her heart, she longs to return to the sea. As the tale unfolds, the audience can feel the weight of her sorrow and the tragedy of lost love, reminding them of the delicate balance between freedom and connection. The Shetland Islands hold their own collection of myths, steeped in the harsh beauty of the landscape. One popular tale speaks of the hunt of the hounds, a spectral pack of dogs that runs wild across the hills at night. Their howls echo in the darkness, warning of impending doom. The story instills a sense of fear and respect for the unknown, leaving those who hear it with a shiver down their spine. Parents might share this tale with their children, not only to entertain but also to teach them to be cautious and aware of their surroundings. Throughout the festivities, the myths and legends that underpin these celebrations are ever present. Tales of ancient deities and nature spirits come to life as people share stories around the fire, each tale more enchanting than the last. The bond between the people and the land is palpable, and it's as if the very earth breathes alongside them, sharing in the joy of life's renewal. Both Samhain and Beltane are steeped in a deep understanding of the cycles of nature. As the seasons change, so do the stories, echoing the rhythm of life itself. These festivals serve as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a heartfelt acknowledgement of the past, present, and future. In celebrating their traditions, people find a sense of belonging, a connection to their roots that transcends time. As the sun sets on these vibrant celebrations, the warmth of community envelopes everyone like a comforting blanket. The laughter, the stories, the music, they all weave together to create a moment that feels timeless. In these gatherings, the pain of loss and the joy of life exist side by side, creating a beautiful harmony that resonates deep within every heart. In this way, Scottish festivals like Samhain and Beltane carry the weight of history while embracing the joy of the present. They offer a chance to remember and honor the past while celebrating the promise of new beginnings. Each year, as the seasons change, the heart of Scotland beats in rhythm with these ancient traditions, breathing life into stories that have traveled through generations. As the last embers of the bonfires flicker and fade, the spirit of these celebrations lingers in the hearts of those who took part. The memories created during these festivals become a part of their very essence, reminding them of who they are and where they come from. The love shared around the fire, the laughter of children, and the stories that echo in the night sky all serve as a testament to the power of connection, both to the earth and to one another. Every year, as the wheel of the seasons turns, the people of Scotland gather once more to celebrate their mythical roots, passing down the stories and traditions that have shaped their identity. In this way, the spirit of the past lives on, carried forward by those who honor their heritage with love, laughter, and an unwavering belief in the magic of life. In the misty glens and rolling hills of Scotland, ancient tales whisper through the wind, echoing the heartbeats of generations long past. These stories, woven with threads of magic, courage, and mystery, have shaped the very fabric of Scottish identity. They have been passed down through the ages, resonating with every soul who has walked these lands. Each myth, legend, and folktale carries the weight of history and the light of imagination, reminding us of who we are and where we come from. Scottish mythology is more than just a collection of stories, it is a living testament to the dreams and struggles of the people. It speaks of heroes who fought against great odds, of mythical creatures that inhabit the shadows, and of the deep connection between the land and its inhabitants. The landscapes of Scotland, its rugged mountains, tranquil lochs, and sprawling forests, are not just a backdrop, they are characters in the ongoing saga of the Scottish spirit. Each stone and stream carries a story, a memory that ties the people to their ancestors and the earth they cherish. The rich tapestry of Scottish mythology offers solace in times of hardship and inspiration in moments of doubt. When life feels overwhelming, the tales of warriors and wise women remind us of the strength that lies within. They teach us to honor our roots while daring us to dream of what lies ahead. The stories serve as a bridge between the past and the future, reminding us that every challenge can be met with resilience, every sorrow with hope. In the heart of Scotland, the festivals rooted in these myths come alive, drawing people together in celebration of their shared heritage. Whether it's the flickering flames of Samhain or the vibrant dances of Beltane, these gatherings foster a sense of community and belonging. They invite people to reflect on their place in the world and to remember the ties that bind them to their history. In these moments, the magic of Scottish mythology takes on a tangible form, filling the air with laughter, joy, and a profound sense of connection. As time marches on, the myths of Scotland continue to evolve, adapting to new generations while holding onto their core truths. They find new life in modern literature, art, and film, reminding us that the power of storytelling is eternal. These tales captivate the imagination, inviting people from all walks of life to partake in the wonder and enchantment of a world where anything is possible. The characters, whether valiant warriors or mischievous fairies, resonate with the hopes, dreams, and fears of today's society, bridging the gap between the ancient and the contemporary. Young children listen wide-eyed as their grandparents recount the adventures of mythical beings, learning the values of bravery, kindness, and respect for nature. In classrooms, teachers use these stories to ignite the spark of creativity and curiosity, showing students that mythology is not just a relic of the past, but a vibrant part of their cultural identity. Artists and writers continue to draw inspiration from these tales, crafting new narratives that speak to the human experience while honoring the legends that came before. Through the lens of mythology, Scotland's rich landscape comes alive, offering an escape into a world where magic is real and the impossible becomes possible. This enduring legacy enriches the national identity, instilling a sense of pride and belonging that is felt in the hearts of all who call Scotland home. The stories remind them that they are part of something greater, a lineage that stretches back through time and connects them to the land, the sky, and the spirits that watch over them. As the sun sets behind the hills, casting long shadows over the valleys, one can almost hear the echoes of the past whispering through the night. The flickering stars seem to nod in agreement, affirming that these tales are not merely remnants of history but vital threads in the fabric of Scottish life. Each story carries the hopes and dreams of those who came before, a reminder that their legacy continues to thrive in the hearts of new generations. Scottish mythology, with its enchanting stories and vibrant characters, is a source of strength and inspiration for the people. It offers a glimpse into the soul of a nation that has weathered storms and embraced change while holding steadfast to its roots. The myths shape the way people see themselves and their world, offering guidance, comfort, and a sense of purpose. In the end, it is the heart of Scottish mythology that leaves an indelible mark on the collective consciousness. It teaches the importance of remembering where we come from while encouraging us to forge our own paths. The legends of brave warriors, mystical creatures, and wise women serve as beacons of light, illuminating the way forward even in the darkest of times. So as the winds of change continue to sweep across Scotland, the enduring legacy of its mythology remains firmly planted in the hearts of its people. These timeless tales will continue to inspire, uplift, and connect all who embrace their magic, ensuring that the spirit of Scotland lives on for generations to come. With every story told, the echoes of the past resonate, reminding us that we are all part of this incredible tapestry, woven together by the threads of our shared history, dreams, and aspirations.